stop a train. Heavier the load, the further it goes. Takes a long time to stop a train. We were weighted down, we were standing bound. Takes a long time to stop a train. It's steel on steel, steel rail, steel wheels. Takes a long time to stop a train. Please get out of the way, but please get out of the way. Just at a crusade, standing on the tracks. Takes a long time to stop a train. Never saw his face, only saw his back. Takes a long time to stop a train. Was the end of March 2019. Takes a long time to stop a train. The steel threw sparks, the whistle screamed. Takes a long time to stop a train. Please get out of the way. Please get out of the way. Buckingham line. Takes a long time to stop a train. Went 30 years with no one dying. Takes a long time to stop a train. Then we're standing near, swear I ain't lying. Takes a long time to stop a train. A second man appeared, I cried a second time. Takes a long time to stop a train. Please get out of the way. Please get out of the way.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
Yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose.
Oh,
I have all these new toys now. So hopefully, I don't know. I mean, we'll see. But this is the thing I've been talking about that might help me not mute myself or be better about the muting. I got this thing called a Stream Deck. I'll be showing this tonight a few times probably. It's hard for the light to hit it right because it's illuminated itself. But there's a microphone that's either red or green, so I can just glance down. If it's green, I'm on, good to go. If it's red, I'm muted. So we'll see. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe that'll fix me. Oh, I forgot to cut the air freshener off. The air purifier. Boy, I just get so excited. I'm like, okay, I finished the task, that I was working on, and then I'm like, all right, let's go. But then I forgot there's all these other little tasks I should do before I go live. That's all right. By the time we get to YouTube, I'll have all this stuff figured out. This is gonna help. It brings it into my mind. This is the maiden voyage of this thing. I got it loaded up with all kinds of cool things that it can do. It can switch. I just hit a button, I'm on this camera. Say I can hit a button, I'm on this camera. Hit a button, I'm on the puppets. I don't have to be like typing in the shortcuts. I don't have to be going to my mouse all the time. I don't have to hit Apple Shift 3 or anything like that. It's just all right here on the Stream Deck. It's sort of a miracle. And you can have folders, like here's my videos place, and then it opens up a folder of NM, SMMD, Friends, Puppets. So I just hit the puppet right there. Now I'm in all the videos that I have that have puppets, like this one I got sent today. Check this out. Now I see my mic still on.
My kids are driving me crazy, and it ain't even summer yet. Don't wanna be their teacher, nor my dog or my kitty's vet. The wife is driving me nutty, just wanna be alone. Just lock me up and throw away the key in my very own quarantine home.
COVID, won't you go away? Please let me back outside. Back to my job and my redneck friends. I never fuss and I never lie.
Drink a beer and get a hug, it's all I really want. And 5 minutes of freedom in my very own quarantine home. I'm so sick of cooking and watching all my TV shows. Seen every episode of Batman and even watched the Lawrence Welk Show. God forbid this continues on, I might have to read a book. Take me back to my good old life where McDonald's was my cook.
COVID, won't you go away? Please let me back outside. Back to my job and my redneck friends. I never fuss and I never lie.
Drink some beer and get a hug, that's all I really want. Just 5 minutes of freedom in my very own quarantine home. 5 minutes of freedom
in my very own quarantine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, that's all.
Well, that's all, folks. Oh, I should have stayed on the credits longer. I haven't watched it all the way to that point. Wow, so that's it. It probably just said it was all Richard Adams, right? He's a local here. He's a guy that
that I know. It's a small town. He's a wonderful musician, Richard Adams, but he put this video up. I don't know him that well, which is funny, but different. I left here for 20 years or whatever and came back, so different circles and stuff, but he's great. And he put that video up on Facebook, and I was like, oh my God, it's puppets. People are calling my show the Late Night Sesame Street for adults. And I was like, you making puppet videos? Are you kidding me? You got to hook me up with that. So he sent it on over. Oh, I still forgot to cut off the air purifier. It's funny. I have a remote for it, but the battery's dead. And they're tiny, weird batteries. Oh, gosh. I hit my... Definitely got a couple of... some people have been really sweet with the donations, and I really appreciate it. It inspired me to branch out. Got this Stream Deck thing it's just such a life changer. And I really think it's going to help me with the muting situation, because everything can be done from right here. I can change to every scene that I can, just with a touch of a button. I'm in a different scene. I got the videos. So, before I'd be dragging a video from a Finder folder into the thing, and that has nothing to do with the sound, that move, just dragging it from the Finder up into the screen. But this, if I I'm always on the same buttons, so I'm always forced to see this mute button. So maybe it'll definitely help, I think. We'll see. And then I also got, you should see this. Switch to the puppet cam. Oh, see, I went to my keyboard. I don't need to do that anymore. I can't wait till it's second nature just to come here and hit the big green puppets button. Oh no, it's not working. Oh, I can't lock scenes. If I lock a scene, I get it. I see. See, there's the green screen for the puppets. But now I got this awesome arm for it. And before, I had this terrible... Here's what I had before. Look at that ingenuity. It was a selfie stick that I bungeed onto that. But now there's this really great sturdy clamp. It just goes right in there. There's the Stream Deck. Oh, you can see the keys better this way. There's the different scenes. When I have zoomed on the zoom. That's a new thing I'm going to try at some point. Share screen, puppets. And I can make my own buttons, which is really fun. This right here is eyeglasses, the effects thing. Back to the snap cam. Puppet cam, or piano cam. Here's my videos. Look at these little logos I made. There's the puppets. Hot Right Now. NM, Friends. Surprise You, Mr. Davis. Random. Festival stuff clips. Spontaneous music videos. Widgets, highlights. Sky's the limit. Then there's just folders and within folders. All these videos. See, that one says gotta make it. If I hit gotta make it. Now watch, I can go back. Picture in picture. Off. Mute.
Since the beginning, we've been spinning our wheels, trying to love, digging in our heels, wondering how could the angel tugging on our sleeve not be real. Deal the cards and read the signs and step in line with fate. Finding heaven's gate, we hope we're not too late. We've dispelled the magician, but in magic we still have faith. Gotta make it, gotta make it, gotta make it make sense. Gotta make it make love. Gotta make it make believe. Gotta make it love. You and me. Beauty sits upon a stone and tries to prove me wrong. Sings all alone a faraway song that goes, I wasn't born inside you, and I won't die when you do. Carry on. Well, I try to sing along, but my voice, it doesn't fit. It trembles. Beauty is begging me to quit, and I'm tired and willing, living through a field of violin. Gotta make it, gotta make it, gotta make it make sense. Gotta make it make love. Gotta make it make believe. Gotta make it love. You and me. Last thing that wisdom said, lying on his deathbed. Don't let the things you know go to your head. And then he took a breath, let out a laugh, and said, oh no, and then was dead. Well, I put pennies on his eyes and climbed upon a fence, satisfied, thinking, well, that's my 2 cents. Then surrounded, I surrender to let my songs be rendered a silence. Gotta make it, gotta make it, gotta make it make sense. Gotta make it make love. Gotta make it make believe. Gotta make it enough for you and me. Gotta make it make sense. Gotta make it make love. Gotta make it make believe. Gotta make it enough for you and me. Gotta make it make sense. Gotta make it make love. Gotta make it make believe. Gotta make it enough for you and me.
That was a retrospective put together back when NathanMoore.org existed. My manager made that for me. So sweet. Oh, wait. I have to go here. Ah, I see how it works. I see how it works. I'm slowly figuring it all out and then explaining it to Nathan. You see? I'm actually the brains of the operation. He's just a meat sack. So I read the manuals, study the fine print. I try to warn him, but he never listens. He just, I tell him all about what he's signing away, and he just says, I agree, click, 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 agree. Oh, he's so agreeable. Stupid. He's stupid. That's all right. I love him. I'm not saying I don't love him. I'm just saying I'm the brains of the operation, and I'm slowly figuring it all out. So don't you worry out there. You got me, And I'll explain it all to Nathan slowly in a way that he can understand. So, Nathan, tell him about the contest. Oh, yeah, the contest. The contest is exciting. The contest, I decided that, I don't know what how do you do it? I mean, maybe in a few years down the road, I'll understand going in what's about to happen. Till then, it's up to you guys out there, the better puppeteers by far, I'm sure. And I decided today that we should hold a contest for the best puppet video. And I'm so excited about this idea. I am going to put $100 on not on the line. I'm giving it away to the best puppet video. $100 to the best puppet video. Of course, there'll be points for the puppet. Points. I don't know. We should come up with a scoring system. Then I'm going to get some people to Zoom with me the Sunday before Memorial Day, and we'll watch each one, and the judges will, rate them. We'll pick like 3 categories. I'm thinking out loud here. I hadn't even gotten this far in the dream, but maybe we'll have like 3 categories: the puppet, the video, and the puppet, the video, and it could be like the video quality, the quality of the video, and the content, and the puppet itself. I don't know. That was just first thoughts out of the gate. Welcome to the board meeting. You're here. You are now on the board of directors of the Hippie Fiasco Rides Again show. I mean, we don't want to limit people's creativity too much, by making them feel like that's. I changed it from show, like best puppet show video or whatever, to just puppet video because, people got to be able to one man comedy it. It could be, just a single puppet riffing. It doesn't necessarily have to be a story, but it could be a story. It could be puppets lip syncing songs like almost TikTok or something. I should put in there not to use any actual tracks. That's a tough one. But it could be musical or comedic, exactly. But all that could be like content, quality, and puppet itself. Especially if people, make. I want to give people points if they make a really cool puppet, because I have a lot of puppets around here that I didn't make. I definitely didn't make this guy. Yeah, hi, yeah, hi, yep, I agree, yep, click, yep, agree, yep, click, hi, hey, I agree, yep, agree, click, yep, agree, yep, all right, we'll be right back, thanks. That was pretty good. How can I assist? You can compete. You can win $100. What do you mean? How can you help yourself win $100? That's what I want to know. Make the winning puppet video. 100 smackaroos. Wonder what we should call the dollars, bucks. I'll use all of them. I need to make a flyer. Puppet video contest. Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. The deadline will be Saturday, the 20-something, right before Memorial Day, whatever that is. I looked at the calendar right before I went on, and now I have no idea what it said, but it was 20-something. Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. No, wait. Maybe I should make because I think the show should be the Sunday before Memorial Day, which I guess is the 24th. So I might need time, or people might need time, if they send me a video that doesn't play for some reason, it doesn't work. I want them to be able to have, but I guess, anybody sending it in right that close to the deadline is I can just say it doesn't work. We're not going to get tons of these things or anything, so I think we'll probably be all right. Unless this catches on like wildfire, I'll be up all night Saturday night figuring out how to do it. He who marionettes wins. How about that? She even. The marionetter wins. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. I like this a lot. Watch, I'm going to hit the magic button. I'm going to do it.
I was carved from a block of wood 1,000 years old by a boy who gave me my eyes and arms and legs. He's getting pretty good at getting me to do as I'm told. You can't hear me. I beg. My 6 strings, 1 head, 1 mouth, 2 hands, 2 feet. My 6 strings don't wanna, but I'm walking down this model street. Gonna write a letter. Dear puppeteer, I don't wanna play here. I don't wanna stay here. Dear puppeteer. Look close, you can almost see me breathing. Look up, there's a young man with a cross. Try to get the light just right so you don't see them. They're always there. Oh, I'm aware who's boss. My 6 strings, 1 head, 1 mouth, 2 hands, 2 feet. My 6 strings, without 'em I fall down in a heap. Gonna write a letter. Dear puppeteer, I don't wanna play here. I don't wanna stay here. Dear puppeteer. To whom it may concern, yes, I am complaining. I've been thinking, and it's been hurting my brain. I am always young, but he is aging. It's different now. Some things never change. My 6 strings, 1 head, 1 mouth, 2 hands, 2 feet. My 6 strings, I can't be still and still be me. Gonna write a letter. Dear puppeteer, I don't wanna play here. I don't wanna stay here. Dear puppeteer, I don't wanna play here. I don't wanna stay here. Dear puppeteer.
Cê escola no toque, com as mina com as bi, paga de trap e não sabe mentir.
Oh man, you're right. I did it. I did it. I did it. I was unmuted. It's so easy. It's so easy. Oh my god, now I know why you're asking about the interns. Oh. Well, you see, there it goes. There it goes. I did it. I started the show bragging about how that would never happen again now that I have this amazing new button. But I feel like I added a little fine print to that with my winks and my nudges. And so all the cigarette stuff was muted. Is that what I'm hearing? It was the longest mute of all time. Oh my god, red light, green light. Oh my god. I even did a really good rant about I was even like, oh yeah, thanks for asking about the interns. We've had a big shakeup here at Hippie Fiasco Rides again, and I was actually riffing pretty good. So none of the cigarette jokes were in there. Oh my god, I'm glad a couple of them were visual. Oh my, you are kidding me. The longest mute of all time. I've been muted since before Willie's TikTok. It was the longest mute ever. After I came out of the gate, and the whole show is like, hey, guess what? I'll never mute myself again. Both puppet segments were silent. The entire gosh dang thing was silent. Oh my goodness. The cigarette was on a journey we couldn't hear. Oh man, there were some good ones too. Oh, what were they? I wonder if I can remember them. This is terrible. This is just so deflating. So you didn't hear that the reason I stopped the first puppet segment is because I caught the daggone house on fire. The camera's a little closer to the green screen than it was before, and when I was doing I'm being chased, running through the tunnel. Right, you're not going to suddenly hate me because I made a little mistakey poo. But still, I'm going to hate myself. Don't worry, I got this. You don't have to hate me. I got you. I got you covered. It was a long mute. Really rub it in, guys. Why don't you just show absolutely no mercy? So y'all didn't even hear how I caught my harmonizing pedal on fire, and oh my God, y'all don't even know. It was the longest mute. It was a long mute. The longest mute ever. It's a terrible song. Oh, I hate everything about everything. Jesus. Maybe I just need a sandwich. No, it's not that I need a sandwich. It's that everything sucks. That's the truth. When I eat a sandwich, maybe I just won't realize the truth anymore. I'll feel better. I'll blind myself. I'll go back to sleep. Now I'm awake. Longest one ever. You guys. Willie's strip show was not silent. That was loud and clear. Great. Congratulations, Willie. Way to stay heard. Oh, man. This is unbelievable. I was I was overly confident. That's what happened. That was Eric. That was the pride comes before the fall. I was overly confident. Self-pity sandwich. Yum. That sounds good. Extra mayonnaise. That was a mutant of a mute. Gosh, this is like I broke a record. I came in saying it would never happen again, and within minutes broke my own record for uncalled for radio silence. The song I was writing in the shower before the show was all like random button radio silence. Kid finds a switch and flips the world off. Oh, it's a family show. It's a family show. Have I ever cried while eating a sandwich? I cry whenever I eat sandwiches because they're so freaking good. It's like, why is a sandwich so good? And why don't I do this more often? Oh, yeah, CNN was way better. They're never muted, and all their puppets have scripts. God, there were some good ones, too. What were some of them? You can just imagine a cigarette. just imagine them doing that. I don't know if I'll remember them. All right. From this one, it didn't really work. It wasn't inspired by the cigarette, but I was yelling up to the house in like a little kid's voice, asking if I could please have one of their magic strawberries that grows in trees. But that didn't really riff off the cigarette. This one, I was like, someday, baby, I'm gonna buy you one of these or something like that. Just. Oh, this one was pretty good. This one, I was the set manager complaining about how the host of the show is never on time. I was just complaining about him. That was pretty good. You would have liked that one. That would have been your favorite. The Hollywood one though, you're better off not of having heard that. God, I can't even talk now. God, I came out swinging. And here I am.
Yep, this is Precious free advice. Precious unsolicited free
How do I get it ready? How do you do it? How do you do this thing? God. Wait, with which puppets? So have you heard about the contest, Erica? You guys could win it. $100 to the best puppet video that is sent to Hippie Fiasco Rides Again. HippieFiasco at nathansland.com. You can use WeTransfer or whatever, but make a puppet video, send it in. I'm going to have a show where we judge and decide which is the winning video, and the winner gets $100. $100. 100 smackaroos. Is that what it is? $100. Best puppet video. Which song should I play to get the blood flowing a little bit here? Puppet video contest. We're going to have a show the Sunday before Memorial Day. The deadline is the Saturday, I think, at 8. I'm still deciding on that. But I think for now, yeah. Saturday the 23rd is the deadline. The show will be on Sunday the 24th to watch all the videos and decide which one is the winner of all the puppet videos. So make a puppet video. Please don't use copyright protected music. And have some fun. Why do you think you're 45 minutes behind me? We'll see in 45 minutes. You know, I was thinking that too. If you have a good puppet show, a good puppet video that you made in the past, I feel like that's fair game. Although I would like to probably show these forever on the show, so it might be that's completely up to you. But I say yes. Well, we'll just see if Erin hears me respond to her yet. Should be in 3, 2, 1. But then that'll happen later too. Having no hurry to get to heaven, I'd just soon go downtown. Me, I think I'll always like having living folk around. I'm sure I'll get along with the angels, they ain't like anyone I know. Having no hurry to get to heaven. Oh no. No hurry to get to heaven. I might have to go to my trusty lyrics website. This is going to be available to everybody pretty soon, I hear. Oh, look at this. I can just hit screen share. Look, we're there. I can just hit picture in picture. I don't have to leave the app. I'm there. How about that? It's so good. I used to have to switch back and forth to Ecamm and all that kind of stuff. No hurry. No hurry to get to heaven. There it is. I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. I ain't about to go there now. I ain't packing my bags. I ain't slowing down. Here, let me move me over here. That's a little better. Here, make me tall. Stretch me out. Now you can sing along. I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. I ain't about to go there now. I ain't packing my bags and I ain't slowing down. And that's funny, 'cause heaven is heaven. Here I am living in a hole. Yeah, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. I just soon go downtown. Me, I think I'll always like having living folk around. I'm sure I get along with the angels. They ain't like anyone I know. Oh, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. In fact, I might not ever go. Woo! Yeah, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. That's the best place there ever was. There must be something wrong with me, but I can always get to eternity tomorrow. Yeah, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. Thanks, but no thanks. There's bluebirds on the window. There's lilies on the banks. If I had to choose, I'd even sit here in sorrow. Oh, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. In fact, I might not ever go. Yeah, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven, some trouble but a pearly gate. If you go, tell St. Peter for me, he'll just have to wait. I'm hanging on here long as I can hold. Hold on, no, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. Hope I'm not needed up there. I prefer to breathe the fresh country air. But if I had to choose, I'd even breathe the city smoke. Oh, I'm in no hurry to get to heaven. In fact, I might not ever go. Over the last few decades as to why you and yours went extinct. Do you have any insight you could give my my listeners at the moment as to the actual cause of your extinction?
Absolutely. In a word, syphilis.
Is that Jordan?
Put in the comment.
Syphilis.
Hey, I have a question for you, T-Rex.
Yeah, go shoot.
In a word, real question. Were you really kind of like that mean 8th grade bully?
Shut the fuck up, Willie. Next question.
Yeah.
How does it?
Yeah.
How does a glass reach your mouth with your tiny arms?
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
impossible.
that's just a myth.
No, it's not a myth. It's
Imposter.
mathematics.
Fake news. Yeah, I've got really long arms. I've got perfectly long arms. This is fake
You
news.
got the longest arms.
I'm the king of the lizards. All right.
Shit's getting real. I was outside here a while ago, and this crackhead girl come walking up the driveway here. Walks up, kind of snuck up on me, scared me a little bit. And she told me that she'd give me a blowjob and a donut for a roll of toilet paper. Well, I guess she come off the parkway, I don't know, but when she left, she went right over there between Matt's fence and the barn and was headed over towards Justin's house. So I just warning y'all, it's getting crazy around here.
Here's one I just stumbled across. Look at that resolution. It was uploaded to YouTube at the time. This was from our performance in Rhode Island, Providence. And I took some shots from that run, strung them together, as you do. Little vintage Sisyphus. All right, mute. Wow, this might be the first video footage of me playing tambourine that didn't make my that wasn't a complete cringe. It was actually okay. It's a nice tambourine. I want to know more about this tambourine. Yeah, Mark. That was a new move, by the way. Picture in picture and unmute at the same time. They're right next to each other on the board. Just hey.
No, not for no dollar a day. I'll take one of those peaches, though. I'll be on my way. 'Cause I will always be free. If you wanna know, I wanna say how. Ain't no one ever said to me, where you think you're going, where you think you're going, we gotta go, where do you think you're off to now?
Completely intrigued by this tambourine. You know, something tells me that that footage must exist somewhere. I have no idea where, but it seems like it must. I don't know what it would be on, but I wouldn't delete something like that. And I grabbed that off YouTube. And that was like back in the day. It's so low res. I don't even know what was happening there. I had no idea what I was doing. That's what was happening there. Slow computers. Old computers. Bill DeBlanc, you coming back to defend your title tomorrow night? Last week's champion is with us tonight on the eve of OK Google It, the trivia show I do with my dad on Wednesdays at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. He comes up with 20 trivia questions. We see who can get the right answer in the chat first. And Bill took home the glory last week. Well, hello there. Happy Tuesday to you, too. It actually is Tuesday now, huh? I feel like I haven't seen you since last Tuesday. How you been? But yeah, I'm looking at that footage and thinking that footage has to exist. I bet it's on like a mini DV tape somewhere. Oh my God, I have so much gold on mini DV tapes. Whoo-wee. Should I go just pull out the box now? Maybe I should. I'm going to do that here in a second. I'm going to go see what we have. Tonight I am thankful for the stars in the sky. Ain't waiting on nothing except for one to fly by. You're so right about that, MC. I feel that way about so many tasks that should be done to properly run an enterprise such as this. Tanner, you should Zoom. Let's Zoom right now and have a little meeting. You should give me some advice. I'm up for it. I got a Zoom. I went and got the Zoom, and then I found out it seems like on May 30th they might take some functionality away from me that I'm gonna miss. Tonight I am thankful for the stars in the sky. Why aren't I hearing that reverb? Oh, I see. Check. Tonight I am thankful for the stars in the sky. Ain't waiting on nothing except one to fly by. I'm the night watchman. Go to bed in the morning. About when you wake up, I'll be writing all night. Sleep easy, lover. How you dreaming about me? I'm dreaming about you. Sleep in my poetry. I'm the night watchman. Go to bed in the morning. About when you wake up, I'll be writing all night. Way off in the distance, the sun is coming out. Desire assistance, I'm clocking out. I'm the night watchman. I go to bed in the morning about when you wake up. I'm the night watchman. I go to bed in the morning about when you wake up. I'll be writing all night. All right, I will certainly do my best to jibber jabber on, for sure, Terry. Ah, you're talking of Gordon Lightfoot. Gordon Lightfoot was definitely a big influence on me when I was young. Gordon Lightfoot. What songs of his do I probably only remember the cheesy ones, but he wrote some really, really good gems too. I'll probably do like Don't Mess Around with Jim or something. I like that Two Sides, from If You Could Read My Mind to Bad Bad Leroy Brown. Wait, that's Jim Croce. I'm getting Jim Croce and Gordon Lightfoot confused. That's not true. Gordon Lightfoot, he was Sundown, You Better Take Care. And he was If You Could Read My Mind, but he wasn't Jim Croce. But Jim, yeah, they were similar. If I could save time in the bottle, first thing that I'd like to do, if you could read my mind, babe. Yeah, they were definitely the same year. So what do you say, Tanner? Should we have it? You're on the board of the directors here at Hippie Fiasco Rides again. You wanna zoom in and have our first meeting on the show? Seems like a fun way to go. I just got Zoom this morning. Is the address different every time? Can I just put it in the chat? Or is it like generated new each time? Then I could put it in the chat. What if it's the same every time? I don't want to do that. I wonder how that works. Meetings plus Nathan Moore Zoom meeting. Oh, this is about scheduling stuff. No. Who knows out there? You people Zoom. If I hit new meeting, is that invitation unique to this meeting, or is that invitation like my phone number? New link every time. Thank you, Marty Herman. Appreciate you. And then to invite people, I hit manage participants. Is that right? No. Invite. I see it's a whole thing. All right, there you go, Tanner. This is good. I get to geek out and try to get my cameras right, too, for Dad's big show tomorrow. I have a Zoom button. There we are, Zoom right there. And then there's a zoomed. I should make this smaller on my screen. That's wise, Tanner. That's wise. So we're about to have an advisor, a legitimate industry advisor, step in and say some things to the board here. Thank you all for being on the board of directors here at Hippie Fiasco Rides Again as we prepare to launch this YouTube show. This worldwide. Sometimes I do get a little excited about doing when it's on YouTube proper. It's going to be like because Facebook, it's still like just your circle of friends, and probably in some ways that means you play to less people on YouTube. But I bet after a while of doing it, you start finding some randos, some randoms. More than 6 degrees of separation, or I don't know, maybe more than 3 degrees of separation. You can't get much. You can't really. It's hard to get more than 6, isn't it? Maybe is that just if you're Kevin Bacon? Oh wait, look, it's working. Yeah. Sweet. Hey, dude.
Nathan Moore.
What's up, man?
How we living?
Doing great.
Yeah. Me too. Bottle of wine, some Nathan. Nothing wrong with it, you know?
Wait, what do you have? Wine? Is that what you said?
Some wine.
Ah, red
some
wine?
More.
Red
some
wine?
Some more and some wine. You know, some more wine.
Nice.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm feeling good, man.
Cool. So what is it that you want to hit the brain trust up about right now?
Well, maybe tell me because you said at one point you were like, it's what I do. What do you do?
Well, so when I reached out to you at that time, I mean, the business that I work in, and I mean, the best way I can surmise it was being someone who creates business strategies and solutions for the people that are in business of creating. So that means everything from executable business plans, ways to monetize different content that people have, all different kinds of things. The reason why I was reaching out to you about it is that I actually also...
Wait, hold on. Let me interrupt you just for a second. I just created something on the audio that's not good. But I got it. I know what to do. It's just going to take me a second. This is my first Zoom call here.
Dude, you never forget your first Zoom.
It's pretty sweet. All right. Let me see. That should help. Okay. Mine's still weird. Seems like my voice is getting doubled.
Check. 1, 2.
Oh, and you're coming out of the right ear, and I'm coming delayed out of my left. All right.
So you're telling me I'm mono and stereo at the same time?
You are me. With me, you're stereo. Together, we are stereo. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. I should have just muted that TV. Thanks for your patience. Check. Test 1, 2. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's see. Check. Okay, I'm abandoning that. All right, what do you sound like now?
Check. 1, 2.
Okay, sorry about that. Oh, I just made me go dark too with all that, didn't I?
At least it wasn't a mute.
Yeah, I'm not muted.
I mean, you gotta tell me that's the best. I think you weren't reading it right at first. Like that was the longest mute.
I was not reading it right.
The longest mute ever.
You know, it's
that was the longest mute. I swear it.
That
it
really
heard like
really
nothing. How dare it? Keep on muting till you're gone.
Wow, this is something Zoom does sometimes. Look how dark it made my camera, and now
you look like you're in a whole different.
And now the only way that I will be able to fix it is by ending my broadcast.
The thing you have to remember
that's
also
terrible.
Is that the thing you have to remember is that you have so much processing right now, and like something like Zoom wasn't really created to deal with all of the processing that's going on your end.
Yeah, I do have a lot. I do have a lot.
Yeah, you have a lot. You have a lot. So I've like done live streams in the past few weeks. Like I did like a 7-hour live stream for 420 where I couldn't get DJs to go through a Zoom room with clear audio because everything they were putting on would just freeze it, you know? So it's like, it's also like when you're using, with great power comes great responsibility. So you got to know your avenues you're playing in.
Right. It still should all just work.
Yep, right. It should just work. The funny thing is that I get on video conferences probably like 10 times a day right now, and every single time I get like 1 out of 3 is always like, "Is this working? Is it not? Let me call back in. Let me figure this out."
Right. Here, let me take my harmonica off.
Yeah. How do I look?
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I just remember I had zoomed in on this for the Stream Deck.
Yeah. This is an extreme close-up.
Actually, I have a better shot here than I thought I did.
Yeah, it was an extreme close-up.
There we go.
Now we can talk.
Look at that.
Check us out. Here we are. Live.
Okay, so sorry, I interrupted you before. Maybe.
Yeah, totally. So when you reached out to me and asked, I said, like, this is what I do. I've had my own company for the last 5 years called Wired, which is my last name. It's all about being connected. It's about helping people, helping creatives find creative business strategies and solutions, and essentially that business exists for the people that are in the business of creating, right? So putting executable business plans and things in action for people that are like, I have this great content, I want to do something with it. How do we monetize it? What do we do with it? One of the reasons I've been reaching out to you most recently is because I'm also kind of, in charge of the Reap and Sow catalog right now. And I'm the person who's been acting on it. So I released the last Big Light album. They went on Reap and Sow and all those things. So I saw you having issues with the Reap and Sow catalog and getting callbacks from them. I'm like, let's talk.
Cool.
I've just been trying to get in touch with you and figure out what's going on from an operational standpoint. So maybe we can whitelist you. We can just get you allowed through these services or whatever that is. Like when you talk about the Orchard or something like that, you got to understand that that's streaming to 70 different platforms at one time.
Right.
And there's an algorithm that goes for the music that's in there, but we can white label that and we can figure out ways to get that figured out. But it's also just about connecting with the people that did it, and you've released so many albums through so many different ways.
I know it's a mess.
Hard to figure out.
It's a whole mess, but it is cool that I feel like that it I think we're gonna clean up that mess.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the idea. I think that there's a real resurgence right now to just clean up the mess and everything from a lot of different spectrums, but also from a music perspective.
That's exactly right.
But also from a music perspective too. I was just reading this article today that said that listenership on Louis Armstrong is up by 13% and Billie Eilish is down by 11%.
Oh wow.
Just right. Yeah, totally. Just in terms of like people doing more contemplative listening or what that means, and like less, like EDM is down by a bunch and like different things like that too. So it's about, people are just resetting right now. It's also about figuring out your mess And that could be from like what you're doing in your own personal life and cleaning out whatever
It's so
junk
weird.
you have.
I've been thinking about Louis Armstrong. I sang "What a Wonderful World" the other night, and I thought about him just randomly today on the porch while I was watering the plants.
I thought about him today when you started talking about when the comment came up about the crying sandwich. And I started thinking about the last time I had a crying sandwich was when I learned what it means to miss New Orleans and I ate my last po' boy in New Orleans.
Wow. Right. Po' boy.
So what do you think about, let me ask you a question right now. Like, you've started Hippie Fiasco up again after its resurgence. It's been like a decade and stuff like that. In my opinion, you are one of the maestros of like online content, doing everything as a whole. Like, how do you feel about it personally?
About what?
Just everything you're fucking doing right now. Like, I mean, like you're doing like crazy things. Like you came up with, even though it got muted today, you're coming up with gags. You're coming up with new things, even like inventive things like the puppeteer thing that's going on. Like he or she who marionettes wins. You know what I mean? Like things like that. It's all about driving kind of uniqueness and engagement with people, I think, as a whole, and just the platform that you express that at.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely wild. It's just so fun for me, and I yeah, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah, right.
It's not that I have nothing to say on the topic; it's that I have too much to say on the topic, and I don't even know what.
Yeah, and the last thing we have right now is time.
Oh yeah. As long as we don't talk about food, we have all the time in the world.
All right, so I got another question for you. I challenged you earlier, and I was like, "What did you think of that new Bars Brothers release that they put out?" And you said you've loved that song for years. Could you tell me about that song a little bit? Because like I think that song is just a gem, and I think I'd heard Brad and you do it once at like High Sierra like a few years ago. I mean, I don't know. It's a familiar tune to me, but like also like it's a fucking gem of a song.
It's an amazing song. It's a really great song. My wife knew almost all the words to it after the first time she heard. Like the second time she heard it, she was singing along, and I was just like, "How did you do that?" But she,
boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
But I haven't listened. I haven't listened to this drop yet.
Oh, dude. Okay. Do you want? Okay.
I missed it.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a drop, but so there was a drop last week, and it was just 2 songs, and one was an instrumental thing that Brad did, and then there was also Cecilia after that. And I wrote Brad, and I was like, "Could you do me a favor?" You know, at the time, you know, Brad's a busy guy doing all kinds of things, but I'm like, if you could like write out the lyrics to Saint Cecilia for me, that would be really radical. And like totally just dropped it on me like yesterday and just like sent me the text of like all the lyrics. I could read it to you right now if you want.
Yeah, do it.
All right, cool. So this is the Saint Cecilia lyrics, and it's like that. It's like the let's do the tone of it where it's like boom 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 boom. Here in my jungle, I'm the fire chief. Oh yeah. I'll just read it because I can't do it like Brad. So it's like, here in my jungle, I'm the fire chief. I'm up all night because I can't get no relief. I've come 600 miles, and I got 600 miles to go to see Saint Cecilia. I think of anyone, she ought to know. And the next verses. I've been to New York. I've been to Amsterdam. Boats on the water. Joints in my hand, I've been set up and broke down. I've been suspicious too. But if she says she's gonna do it, Saint Cecilia, that's what she's gonna do. Right? Here we go. And then the next verse is, I know you're a martyr, 'cause all of us saw. I know where your cross is at, 'cause you keep it in your car. It's a sad and a prideful state of affairs. Just go ahead and tell Saint Cecilia she's the only one who really cares. There's a bridge right here where he goes like, maybe it's only a cameo under the mistletoe, and as dry as our voices are when we whisper in the morning, into the wild, into the dark, I've seen your bite and it's worse than your bark. I've got burns on my fingers and scars all over my soul. But when we see Saint Cecilia, she's going to get it under control. And that's Brad right there.
It's so good. It's so good.
It's so good. It was just a gem, and I highly recommend that you listen to it because it brought such light to my Thursday. That was a Thursday that was just living in COVID right now, where we're all trying to figure out what's going on. It was totally a welcome reprise from everything.
Oh yeah, well, I'm on it. I saw that happen while I was really busy with something, and then I came out the other side of what I was doing and forgot to go back. Yeah. But yeah, I can't wait.
It's very interesting. I mean, like, so I know that you're like on the internet, and you do see what people are doing in terms of like streaming and stuff like that. So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so we're like, I am personally like 65 days into quarantine, and like when this whole streaming busking kind of thing has come to fruition, and like I see like it kind of flattening, not to use that term, but like the streaming curve flattening.
Oh yeah,
like
for
what
sure.
that means as a whole, like tonight was, Fish has been doing their Tuesday dinner and a movie thing, and like when they first did it, it was 35,000 people, and like tonight on Facebook it was like 3,500 people. So there's definitely like this curve going on, and it's also
right.
Like what do people do? Like what's the, I don't know. It's very interesting to think about.
Well, we should never underestimate the all the amazing stuff that's just happened in the last 2 months that will have a lasting effect on the rest of our lives, in terms of how people have come to this medium and risen to the challenge and really like sought to figure it out in a way that they hadn't before. And almost everybody I know has done that now.
Yeah.
So whatever happens, it was definitely an evolutionary moment in terms of people's skill sets and just everybody in general, all the families that are connecting through these, like my family and your family and everybody's family. Everybody's just getting, in a way, it felt so surreal to communicate this way through the computer and stuff like that. And it was awkward and daunting, and connections weren't that great and stuff like that. But now, like, not only is the technology getting to where it can really be pretty smooth, but we need to connect so bad that we're turning to it. And it's just, the singularity, the singularity.
The singularity. I mean, I think that everyone's going to come out this. We don't really know exactly what it's going to look like in terms of how we can gather or what that means for us to be in public spaces. But I do think there's been a major Control-Alt-Delete that's happened with the entire country and world in terms of reassessing your daily processes, your daily strategies, like how you deal with things that you can control, what you can't control.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that, there's a terrible, horrible macro level thing going on in the entire world. But I think that for a lot of people, there will be some really personal gains that come from a lot of this too, in terms of like a reset, a recontrol, and like how we can make the connections that we have better when we do have those connections.
Right. No, it's so true. See that happening a lot.
Yep. And that's my Zoom. So I got to tell you about this new game that I've been playing that we've got, and I'm still trying to figure out exactly how to play it. But I got this game over COVID, and it's called Villainous. Have you heard of it?
Wait. I feel like I have, but I don't know why I say that.
So Villainous it's a strategy game, and it's like it takes like 40 minutes for 2 players, maybe like an hour and 10 minutes for 4 players. But what you are is you pick a villain from a major Disney movie, and you have to achieve what they always wanted to achieve as a villain because you're the worst. So it's kind of like a mild form of Dungeons and Dragons, but like you are Jafar, and you have to get the magic lamp to the Cave of Wonders, but you have to unlock it with a special sacred that you get from a key. Then you have to get the genie in the lamp, get it back to the Sultan's palace, and then you're the worst, and you're the most villainous person of all time.
Then you're the worst.
That's what it is. Like, who is the worst? That's the point of the game. I highly recommend it. They say it's for 10 and up, but it's not. It takes a really advanced mind. It really does.
So, wait. So it's a card with cards.
And so there's cards. There's a die that you roll. There's also there's cards that you have for your own personal thing. You could even figure out a way to do it online in terms of like everybody who plays with their own deck has their own deck and they have their own thing. So like you would say, I am Jafar, or I am Ursula, or I am Scar.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
It's physical.
Is it possible that it's on
online? It might be. I mean, I had to watch like 2 different YouTubes of it.
I'm looking up. We looked at this place on the show the other night called Tabletopia. It was like board games.
Yeah.
That you could play online, trying to figure out stuff we could do on the show.
Well, we did categories that one time when I picked the wrong letter. You remember that? It was like a month ago.
Yeah, I think I do remember that.
That was when you serenaded my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but categories is a good one to do because you can send the card to people ahead of time, right? So it's just about, if you do a board game, it's about having a set piece that's only set for that player, and then being able to take a picture of that, and then so everybody's on the same page about what's going on. And there's a master controller. What's the craziest strategy game you've ever played, Nathan?
I don't really do those.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. It gets gnarly. When you have to like figure out and set aside 2.5 hours to try to learn to play before it takes you 10 hours to play, it's too much.
I'm not even patient enough for chess, really.
Well, will you show me a magic trick?
Cribbage is about as patient as I get with a game.
Okay. Have you ever gotten 29?
I think I have, but it has been a very long time. I forget what
29 is.
I forget what it is, but it's
29 is 3 5s in your hand with the jack in your hand for nubs, and then the 5 comes up on the cut card that is matching the jack.
Oh, that's it. It's just 4 5s.
4 5s. The jack that matches as a whole, and that's 29.
All right. Maybe I never have got that.
Yeah, it's pretty challenging. I've only gotten it once in my life, and I've been like a lifetime cribbage player. It's always good.
I would feel like I would have a more vivid memory of it if I had.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like when you get it, it's like hitting the ultimate royal flush.
Yeah, I really love cribbage.
Yeah, it's the best. It's the best game. Like you just you want to have a game real quick? We can go about that. Like 15 for 2, 15 for 4, and the rest won't score. Let's just do it. You know. But have you ever done that and thought about like an online game of cribbage? I mean, I know there's online portals for that. But that's interesting.
They definitely have that at Tabletopia. I'm trying another new thing here. I'm gonna put us in split screen. Actually, if you could move a little bit over to your left, we got a whole thing going on here that's pretty cool, I think. I wish I could get me a little smaller. It's not quite perfect, but it's good. Can you? I guess you're not watching the cast.
I can't. No, I did it for my own sanity.
Yeah, that's smart. Wait, I can
you see me over here now?
I can center you too myself. There we go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
No, I can't see what's going on. So who's that?
Oh, you can't see me?
I can't see that. I can see you, but I can't see the other person.
No, it's just us.
Okay, cool.
It's just a new shot. It's a new shot for the cast.
Well, you look great in this light.
But you have less wiggle room. Because I put us where I got the left side of the screen and you have the right side of the screen.
Yeah, well, you know what? At least as long as I have the right side, I'm cool with it.
But now I got to get you centered in there. I had you, but you moved. Now you're behind me. Oh, there you go. God, now let me zoom in on my head a little bit to make it proportional to yours. This is like, too much.
That's just your mug.
So close. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we talking about now? I'm sorry, I got geeking out
I'm
here.
just coming up with questions to ask you because I think you're an interesting person. What have you like? We've been hanging out by ourselves for a while and just getting down with it, and different people producing different things different ways. But like, have you discovered any new music that you're really into during this quarantine, or like things that you've rediscovered that you're really vibing on?
Yeah, this guy. I have to look at his name.
I gotta plug my computer in. I'll be right back.
Jason Molina.
Jason Molina, what's his story?
He was younger than me, but he's no longer with us. He died like 10 years ago, but he's a really cool songwriter. Really cool. Really cool. No, never met him. I just discovered him because Al Howard told me about him.
Mm-hmm. Jason Molina.
What's that? Yeah, Jason Molina.
Yeah. So I started something. Let me see. Hang on a second. One second. So I started something about, I guess it was like the 1st of April. I kind of wanted to start it over when COVID started. Actually the first, here's a question for you, Nathan. What was the last live music show you saw?
Jam Cruise. Oh, Fruition in Charlottesville.
Fruition in Charlottesville?
Yeah.
Last concert I saw was on 3/13. And it was the Delta Spirit tour, and it was their tour opener and closer for the Not Dead Yet tour. And it was the Great American Music Hall. Wow. It was the Not Dead Yet tour, and it was the night they canceled the NBA and everything. It's like, well, we saw the first one, the last one, and we're still kicking.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what I was going to say before that was I started just doing, there's been like a bunch of that stuff that's been on Facebook about like post one album, say nothing about it, do whatever. But I just started on the 1st, and I started saying like, okay, I'm going to just post albums that I'm thinking of or whatever. And this could be your spin for the day, whatever that is. So I'm on, I think 45 days of it now. And wow. I realized through April, it's all on my Facebook, but I realized all the way through April, it was like as Jazz Fest was starting and Jazz Fest was starting to stream, I'm like, oh my God, all I've been doing has been posting just white boys and their indie music and just singer-songwriters and the stuff that makes my melt as a whole. So this month has been Women in Diversity Month, which is great. It's been awesome. I've been posting different women person or different artists of diversity as a whole. Like posted Sid Kane the other day, which is an amazing like Talking Heads African like combination. Today I did Courtney Barnett. Are you familiar with Courtney Barnett?
Mm-mm.
Oh my God, this is awesome. Incredible LGBTQ.
Is that contemporary?
She's she's full indie rock artist. I mean, like she's like.
But now.
Yeah, currently, yeah. Her name's Courtney Barnett.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to the Day of the Dead stuff that the guys from the National put out a few years ago, that double album, she was the female vocal who did the new Speedway Boogie. The Please Don't Separate the Rap Jack. I mean, but she's like this awesome. I don't know another woman that she's like a 2007 Jack White in her own essence. Is the best way I can describe it. Yeah, no, it's really good. But anyway, it's been interesting for me to think about. Like I created this platform for myself, and I'm like, oh, okay. I feel like this responsibility.
How long do you think you could go?
I think that like once I get to I could go forever. How much do we love music, Nathan? How much do we want to tell people about certain songs we know?
Right, you might be able to go forever.
Well, forever is a long time, but I haven't even touched Stevie Wonder yet.
Right. Yeah, there's probably lots of those veins of gold that you haven't touched yet.
I mean, if you had to tell people, okay, let's just say you wanted to tell people about one album they should listen to today, what would it be right now?
I don't have a good answer for that.
You don't have to have a good answer. There's no wrong answer here. We're talking about subjective music. But like, you know, being able to even, one thing that I've always really liked about my taste in music, or what it is like I really know morning music very well. Like I know morning music very well. And
Morning?
Morning music, yeah, morning music very well. Like I know morning music. Like when it's in the morning, I know the song to play when the sun's coming up. Like I just know what that is.
Uh-huh.
And I sent this album to you actually, I think when COVID was going on, but like one of my favorite albums of all time is this album by this guy named Etienne de Rocher. And he's a guy who was living in San Francisco at the time. And so Paul Haugen from the Mother Hips originally produced this album, but like nobody knows about it. But this guy like writes these lyrics, so you're like, oh my God, like there's Real, and then there's Moonshine, Try a Taste of Me, could you get that rough stuff that make me you messed up? You know what I mean? Like just all these lyrics where you're like, what is this? But I typically only get a chance to show that to people when I'm hanging out with them at X time in the morning, whatever that means. And so now I just create a platform where I'm like, this is the only way I can tell people about music, which is my biggest hobby. You know?
Right. It's good.
Yeah. How much are you, you're streaming late. I see you streaming late all the time. Like, how much are you drinking?
Not very much.
Not very much, right?
No, I mean, I've been, this has been like, full on, a lot of work, really. I mean, in a way, like it's when I'm not doing something, taking a break from working, like it's been pretty relentless. Just
it's pretty intense, right?
Every day, seeing what's possible to do in this, and what are the cool ways to do it, and then creating content and organizing it all, and now like generating graphics and highlight reels and theme songs, and during it I did a batch of instrumentals for YouTube, and so I've been really, it's been sort of wonderful. Like I when quarantine came, I went to work. I'm like one of the few people that I actually got busier.
Like, you know what? We are the same person in that sense. I mean, I felt like we've always been the same person, Nathan. But that's the same thing for me as well. So over 420, so 15 days before 420, I got approached by some local dispensaries in Oakland and San Francisco. And I got approached by them and some cannabis brands that were talking about how they wanted to really flatten the 420 curve. And they were really concerned because they had these dispensaries, and people aren't respecting like what it means to be 6 feet, and you can only have 2 people in the dispensaries at a time. And they were worried about 420 and what 420 could mean in terms of like if everybody comes into the dispensaries and they aren't respecting social distancing, that's what could happen. So like what we want to do is we want to create a telethon. And we want to create a telethon that is convincing people to essentially go to dispensaries and lock up before they stock up, and then provide them with a full day of entertainment and raise money for direct relief, which is, some of the top like COVID responders right now in terms of like what they're doing on the front lines. So I'm like, okay, I don't know anything about this. I know about in real life festival production. I know about the way operations work, sponsorships, all those things, but I have no idea. Okay, we can do this. We have sponsors that want to make this happen. We have people that can do this as a whole. And what it ended up turning into is the Great American Session, which we did 7 hours of programming on 420. We had Thievery Corporation play. We had Be Real smoking a joint with Tommy Chong on there. We had I sent you the website. Did you see it?
I didn't see that. No.
So it's called the Great American Session, and SESHIN. You could pull it up right now if you wanted to.
That's nice.
And we created a full 7 hour long, full run of show telethon that was, in my opinion, better than what Lady Gaga did that weekend in terms of like no drops, full overlays with graphic animations, just like kind of like the stuff that you do in terms of like the Great American Sesh, SESHIN.
There it is.
And so that was created in 10 days because I also, just like what you were saying too, just like got the call to rise and did this thing where that opened up all these other opportunities for me in terms of streaming and what that means. But it's like your existence is what you can make of it. You know what I mean? Like you can manifest whatever destiny you want to do or get to work. Or I feel like some people I talk to have been busier than they've ever been just during COVID, you know?
So what was the viewership like on Twitch? Was it all?
So
was
we did,
it exclusively on Twitch?
It was exclusively on Twitch. They were our official partner. We hired an outbound operating team to deal with the different feeds. So we had we probably had like 70 different artists and probably like 260 different assets over the course of 7 hours. So we had a massive run of show that was going the entire time. We also had a live host that was very able to deal with what we were dealing with. And we had a mixture of pre-recording as well as live recording things. We did with no social media following. It got started 15 days before it happened. We did 55,000 uniques, 80,000 views. Just in general, we're on the Twitch homepage, got featured just because it was blowing up. We had no drops at all. We had a little bit of audio drop when Rob Garza started playing. Like Fred streamed on there, and Fred had 1,000 people watching a stream at noon on 420. And we had a bunch of different things that were working in our favor at that time. We had the fact that it was a holiday and then it was 420, but we also had 6 different competing streams going on, and we went for 7 hours and programmed it. And it was just about digging in and doing it and figuring out what the fuck to do. You know what I mean? Like it was pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's fun.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was cool. It was like some stoner comedy. It was great. But it was also, it's what it was, you know. But
that's so cool. That's
so I'll tell you what this has led me to. And so this is interesting. How many people are on the stream right now?
15.
15. Okay, whatever. So I'm not fully in the seat yet. My deal isn't completely signed, but for the last 10 days, I've been working with a company that has been driving serious revenue to artists over the last 6 weeks, but it's been a company that's been established for 10 years. It's called Stage It. Do you remember Stage It?
Yeah. I went and checked that out.
Yeah. So I work for Stage It now, and I'm like the head of business development and partnerships for them. And the amount of returns that we are seeing for artists that have any kind of fan base as a whole in terms of just charging for their content and what that means is mind-blowing. Like just from putting practice into play and being able to charge for streams that are happening and putting people in an interactive environment where they're able to tip and do anything. I'm talking about certain artists, like an artist that has, let's say, 15,000 followers on Instagram, setting up a streaming strategy on our platform since May 15th, making $115,000 from like just having a select amount of fans, having a tipping situation in there. Keller Williams has been on there since March 15th, and he's been like driving revenue as well. It's just this proven platform. I think that like what's been going on has been when, the situation that we're in, the circumstance that we're in got into where we're at, everybody just started busking, right? Everybody just started saying like, I'll throw a stream up.
It is like busking. Yep.
I'll throw a stream up. I'll throw a stream up. Like, here's my Venmo. Just hit me up for it. But, from a strategic standpoint, this is your content. It's not any different from what anyone has ever paid for a ticket. They're paying for your time and what that is. It's just about strategizing it, creating something that's unique and in demand, creating scarcity of tickets as a whole, and making it something that people don't want to miss. Right. And then we're talking about the same kind of business we're talking about, but it's just from your basement or your kitchen or whatever's going on.
Absolutely. And eventually, like, each town could have its own their person in town that's good at that kind of stuff and could host all the local talent on.
So I've been talking to every single major and minor promoter in every single major market that there is, and talking about these empty rooms that exist right now.
Right.
And these empty rooms that exist and what's going to happen. And so these empty rooms exist So what's going to happen after that? And that shelter in place gets a little loosened, and then bands can get together, and we can still have bands get together, but then we can still employ light guys and sound guys, and like figure out how to make the show work and do, you know, high level production stuff, but have that be a room. And you'll have to figure out what that means in terms of disinfecting the room and being like up to standards and things like that.
Right.
Then also,
But
if you think about it,
I'm
and
even
also-
thinking about the model post COVID though, because it's you know, once people are used to attending concerts online like that, if it's made specials by the artists somehow, then, you know, if they do have fans all around the world, they'll do it.
Right. But then also, if you think about the model post COVID, and you think about, let's say there's theaters that are 2,000 capacity, right? But they're only able to operate at 25% capacity, right? That doesn't make their business work at all unless we stream it and sell tickets on the side to it to complete their nut.
That makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense, right? But then it's also
I mean, it's all huge now, but I think it's even big later after we're on the other side of this.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's also going to place a really huge value on getting that ticket and what that means in a live experience once everyone feels safe and once everyone feels like it's a place they want to gather with. Like, think about, like, in my opinion right now, and I'm someone who has worked on the forefront of, you know, my job used to be to go to every single music festival like in the world. You know what I mean? Like, that was my job forever. I've been to every music festival. I think that the large scale music festival is done. It's going to be about creating like safe spaces where like people feel at home and there's like space and there's things going around. And it's not about Lizzo's a headliner at every single festival or something like that. It's going to be about, guess what? We got the Davis here. It's going to be vibey as fuck. And it's going to be a place where you can get down and it's going to be chill, but it's also about figuring out what people are comfortable with and what that means. You know, I mean, I can't even think about what it's going to be like when the people who go out, who are allowed to go out to a live music festival and someone sneezes on their girlfriend and what that reaction is going to be like. You know, like someone like met, you know, it's going to be very interesting.
Right.
This is fascinating to think about.
Oh God. Well, not after the vaccine though, right?
Well, you know, I mean, like, oh shoot, is it the name of the next album, Nathan?
What?
Not after the vaccine.
Not after the vaccine. That's so good on a lot of levels.
I also like He Who Marionettes. I think that's a strong album title.
I think I put out a record called Dear Puppeteer, so I think
no. But then the He Who Marionettes.
I know, but just people would think I'm just getting a little puppet carried away.
Yeah, or just
which I'm already guilty of. I'm already guilty
like
of that.
He Who Marionettes is the person who would get carried away.
Right.
You understand?
Right. Keep talking. I can hear you. I'm gonna grab something.
Right on. How are your cats?
We just have one.
Yeah. Well, that one and the one inside your brain.
Pip. Let's see if she was in her bed. These stands are rocking. Check it out. That's a serious clamp.
Hey Nathan, you know what I was thinking about the other day?
What?
I was thinking about how awesome it was. Because I think about High Sierra a lot, and it just was like something that's ingrained in my soul. And I thought about how really awesome the last time that Davis was at High Sierra, I think it was 2 years ago, when we had the space set up.
Not that long ago.
Not that long, it was like 2 years ago. And it was also like when we had the space set up where like all the pillows were there, but then we had that night, the night before as well. And it just felt really good. It was nice. It was nice. That was actually I'd like to.
It did feel really good. I remember that.
I'd also like, well, I could get you on mic right now too. I'd like to know. I'd actually like to know your thought process on something.
What's that?
When you almost quit High Sierra and I came over and handed you the beer and told you that you were the mayor and that you couldn't leave. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
So what was going through your head at that time?
I was just hamming it up.
Yeah, totally. Do you remember? Do you know the funniest thing about that is that tall dude who like was kicking us out? You remember the tall security guy? You know that guy?
Sort of remember.
No, but you know what he looks like? He's like looming. He's like 7 foot tall. He's like a really big white dude, like shaved head. And he's very intense. You know, he's the guy who's like shutting us down when we were there.
I'm not sure.
So he's the guy who's like shutting us down, and we didn't know if we were going to be allowed to keep playing until Margulies showed up as a whole.
Right.
And there was that big dude that was there, and he's like the security guy.
Yeah, okay, it's coming back to me a little bit.
His name is Tanner.
Oh, right. Yeah, it's sort of coming back to me.
Yeah, I actually listened to that. I listened to that set a lot from. I got it from the Spun Turtle, but there's parts of the set where it like closes off because we're getting shut down by security and stuff like that. But I mean, the Light of the Lightning Star sounds like God, like the way that it is. Like there's these moments in that set where it's just like, boom, we're just right there. Harry's happening on the other side of the place.
Right. Amen. Yeah, it was sweet.
Yeah, these are good times.
Home away from home.
Exactly. Or like, what about this moment? That was the same weekend, and you were doing your set at the Vaudeville, and you're doing your last song, and you're like, is there anything I haven't played yet? And I ran up to the stage, but I had no voice, and I was trying to yell the song at you, and I couldn't remember the name of the song at the time, but I had no voice, and I was very like hoarse. It was like Sunday, and you're like, this is the last song. Is there anyone I haven't played? And I was like, love is not some fragile flower. And I was trying to acknowledge you.
Did I do it?
Oh yeah, you closed with it, and everyone stood up.
Nice, good work.
Bunny told me to do it. So
way to persevere.
Yeah, well, Bunny told me to, so I had to. That's not true. I told Bunny I had to.
She knows. So what's your advice for the board here? You're an advisor here. I'm sitting here with my board of directors thinking about this.
My advice for the board is, I think that Nathan and I have both said that, in being someone that's participating in this COVID situation, willingly, unwillingly, whatever that means, your life is what you make of it, right? And you can do, like, I am living proof of the fact that you put yourself out there and you try to create things, and you be kind and you be patient and you do good work, and good things will happen to you, no matter what that means. If that means Nathan and I connecting over Zoom right now because of the work he did and he listened to me, that's a good thing that's happened. But like, if you try to create what you want to create, put your head down and be kind, then good things will happen to you. And that's a paraphrase from what Conan O'Brien said when he was signing off from The Late Show and going on TBS. Like, if you just be kind, do good work, and work hard, good things will happen.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah. You could be my Andy Richter if you want. Did you have Nathan, did you have a superlative in high school that you got?
What's a superlative?
Superlative is like best eyes or greatest smile or something like that.
Oh God. I don't know. I guess I was a little bit of a class clown rebel. Yeah. But not you.
But did you get class clown and rebel?
I didn't get anything. I don't think I did. Maybe I did, but I don't. One year I might have gotten something, but I don't think.
They didn't have like a best freewheeling Bob Dylan at that time. Like...
No. I was no freewheeling Bob Dylan in high school.
Yeah. What were you like in high school?
I don't know, like Kevin Bacon and Footloose.
So you knew everybody and you really had to dance.
Like and like Sylvester Stallone and Rocky, and like Christian Slater and Pump Up the Volume.
Oh, man.
And like Tony Hawk on my skateboard, and like
So like if you were like Christian Slater, wouldn't that be like the other skateboard movie that he was in?
I don't know if I know that one.
It was like oh man, maybe the chat can answer right now about like what was the Christian Slater movie about, like is like Pumping the Dream or Living, like it was some kind of it was a Christian Slater movie where his dad was some kind of like double espionage like spy. He got killed. Cubing the Dream, Living the Cube.
Oh right, Gleaming the Cube.
Yeah, Gleaming the Cube. That would be. I think it's Christian Slater at that time. I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's another good. Yeah,
wonder what happened to him.
Well,
Gleaming the
Christian
Cube.
Slater.
What happened to him? What was the last movie he was in?
Man, I don't even know. I think that the last Christian Slater movie. Oh, so the last Christian Slater thing that he was in was
I'm Googling it.
The TV series. Hang on, before you Google it, don't Google it. Stop. Remember when we lived in Hyperbole? But it actually was Mr. Robot. He's in Mr. Robot, the TV show on USA
right.
Today. He was the duality, I would say.
IMDb.
IMDb. Tanner.
Dr. Death TV series. That's 2000. All right, 2020. Dirty John. Mr. Robot.
Circle gets the square.
I have to watch Mr. Robot again. I started that and then lost it, but I should go back.
Yeah, I mean, like, you do know the best Quentin Tarantino movie, or the best. I just dropped it. Sorry, it's the Quentin Tarantino Christian Slater movie.
True Romance.
Of course, it's the best.
Yeah, that was an amazing movie.
It was an amazing movie. When the Chinese food is going down, that's when you know it's all going down.
God, he hasn't been in a movie in a while.
Yeah, I mean,
he was a voice on Rick and Morty.
Have you watched new Rick and Morty? I haven't yet.
Yeah, that's really good.
Is it really good, or is it?
Well, once you get used to it, it definitely has its moments.
I don't think it has anything to do with season one, or like there's something about that freshness. You know what I mean? Like where it's like it's kind of becoming a character of itself, but also the depth of the universes that they're creating are so deep that like you can't not help but participate. You know what I mean? Like,
so, yeah,
it's very interesting. There's so the guy from Rick and Morty just released a new series on Hulu. I think it's called, God, I can't. We'll have to Google that one. But he just released a new series on Hulu that's specific to it, and it's called Palomar to the Stars or something like that. It's worth looking at, as well as the Midnight Gospel. Have you watched that yet?
No.
Dude, the Midnight Gospel is absolutely incredible. It's on Netflix. It's called the Midnight Gospel.
Okay.
And what it is it's animated series that is essentially a podcast that a comedian has with someone else about existential truths, but then they animate everything behind it and like what that means. And it
wow.
It is the shit. Like the shit.
That sounds
Also, there is this Netflix show. It's a movie that came out and it came out on Friday, and it's called That Was a Good Trip, Adventures on Acid. And it's every single comedian that like Jim James is on there from My Morning Jack, and everybody just talking about the beneficial wonders of acid and what that means. It's very funny too. Like they have the star that's coming up across the side. It's like the more you trip, it's like don't look into the mirror. Like it's a very, very awesome thing.
That's awesome.
It's cool. They actually had so they premiered it on Friday, and they had a live stream from a certain theater where people are supposed to be able to ask question and answer to artists, just like we're doing right now. and they couldn't do it, and everyone was flipping out because they couldn't talk to Jim James, or they couldn't talk to Rob Corddry or whatever was going on. It's called let me see. There also is like, maybe you should write a song called Picture Me Scrolling, right? Because we're all just talking to each other, but scrolling on different devices looking for the answer.
What's it called? Picture Me Scrolling?
Yeah. Picture me scrolling, because we're all talking to each other, and like you and I are having a conversation, but you and I are both looking for different answers.
Yeah, I keep on trying. It looks like Christian Slater's last movie was King Cobra in 2016, but he's been in a bunch of stuff on TV.
Right, and from an Asian perspective, what we like call it, it's like, you know, a soft decline of a from your actor.
MC, which movie did you watch last night? Gleaming the Cube?
Yeah, that's the skateboarding movie.
She says it's hilarious, but I don't know if she's talking about something we just talked about, or
no, she's talking about the Christian Slater movie that's about skateboarding.
Well, I don't know if MC is. That is definitely what Shannon was. She said Gleaming the Cube, but I don't know when this comment came in that says I watched that movie last night. It's hilarious. She might have been referring to something we were saying.
Speaking of Shannon, here's an interesting question for you, Nathan. Do you have any tattoos?
I don't have any tattoos. Nope.
I don't either. I don't either.
I never found anything I wanted to get tattooed. I think if I found it, I would.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be afraid of doing it or anything. But
me too. But it's also like nothing is permanent. Everything changes. All of those things. But also,
she says the tripping doc. Did you talk about the tripping documentary?
Mm-mm.
Oh my goodness, I'm tripping. This is a tripping doc.
Hey, this is a picture of me tripping. Watch. It's like, have you ever watched the anniversary of the License to Ill, a video that a bunch of comedians did for the Beastie Boys?
Nope.
Dude, it is incredible. So it's Elijah Wood, Danny McBride, and John C. Reilly. They're all three of the original Beastie Boys, and they go through the trip of what that day means. And then it's like they all just drink a vial of acid together. It's like then they like get into this like dance off in the middle of a street in that street where they're like tearing everything up during, you know, you got to fight for your right to party. And this DeLorean pulls up to another DeLorean. There's two DeLoreans that are pulling up, and Jack Black, Will Ferrell, and the other John C. Reilly get out of the car, and they're like, "We're from the future where shit is really real. You got to watch out for this." And Danny McBride, who is the exact same character as him, is like, "I don't know about you, but like we're tripping our balls off right now, man. Like, you gotta understand, you're from the future, and we can't understand that." Right? Let's see what else in terms of like stupid. Like, I know you like your stories, Nathan. Did you watch Dead to Me on Netflix?
Nope.
So it's a Christina Applegate, like 30-minute per episode sitcom.
Oh, it's a sitcom.
Dromcom that happens. It's got very real moments of death, but then also it has some real cheesiness to it, but like also some like really good points. I'm just looking for like shows that are making me feel something as a whole. I mean, like the last are you Breaking Bad guy?
Nope, I couldn't get into it.
Well, you also don't have time right now because we're busy working.
Yeah, but I tried that series a couple of times, and it just
so the reason why I'm talking about that is because it's like, you know, we're 10 years removed right now from Breaking Bad, and I am just piecing together other pieces of Breaking Bad because of the ending that happened with Better Call Saul. like a few weeks ago.
Right.
And I'm talking about, it's like the layeredness of
the long play.
Dude, it's the long con. It's like understanding what, honestly, it's like understanding what before you were born started as, and then what it became when Brad did it on a live, becomes acoustic, and then also what it means to see you relearning it in that version on these streets, right? It's just the long con,
right?
It's all like the way that I look about anything where it's like intensive participation on any kind of level, right? So like we could talk about jam bands, we could talk about people that love live music, we could talk about football, we could talk about whatever. Like the way that I like to describe it the best, when people talk about fish, right? People talk about fish or something like that. It's like, well, how could you do that? How could you do it for so long? Or just go to so many shows? What that means, like, this is psychedelic fantasy football where everybody wins. You know what I mean? There's no losers here, but it's just about getting as nerdy as you want to get in that situation and letting it flow.
Yeah.
That's my thought. That's my thoughts. How's my COVID hair?
Look like you could do anything with it you want to.
I mean, what would you want to do with it?
It just stays any way you put it. That was pretty good. That's not bad.
How's your first Zoom going?
That was pretty good.
Yeah. Is like, do you have the effects and overlays?
It will be nice. I do have to confess to a lot of geeking out on this side of things to figure out exactly the best way to do everything. I just moved some buttons on my Stream Deck while you were talking about something.
Were you using Stay Away earlier?
While you were talking, I got a little distracted because I decided I had to move my two buttons over to the far right hand side so I could do it by feel, because they were in the middle of the row, and I was like, oh, if I put them on the edge, I can just go to the edge of the thing and pull my thumb in, so I'll never have to look at it, and I can. So ultimately, it's so I can be more engaged, but at the moment, it made me a little less engaged as I fixed those buttons. But now that I have them, I can switch back and forth between the two shots without having to look away from you.
Is that like go to like Davis is in the middle of Sisyphus jam and I need a tambourine?
I can do that. I got it. It's right here. There's a button for that. It's special. That was pretty cool actually, because I was just talking the other night that I'd never seen video footage with me with a tambourine in my hand that I didn't
sure.
cringe all the way through it.
You haven't been paying attention enough to the internet recently, because Jambase has been doing a series called Shelter at Home, and the tunes that they've been releasing, as they're releasing a bunch of their other tunes, the first one was Big Light, and the second one was Sisyphus with you in the white suit at the chapel, and you come out from the backstage, and you come out, do the fucking, ain't rolling, no stone up no hill, and then just instantly grab the tambo.
Right. Those things are so loud.
No, dude, those things are so loud. Those are those 1 and 2 hits right there. That's, in my opinion, I'm not the musician at all, but in my opinion, those 1 and 2 hits, that's the kind of silence that people are trying to create in terms of ghost notes, or that's the kind of music I think Andrew Barr is always trying to create.
Oh yeah, he can really do it.
Oh my God. Did you know what one of the best shows I saw this last year was the show that I saw Andrew right before the show, and I didn't get a chance to connect with him afterwards, but it was a show that was the Alone and Together show that he did with His Golden Messenger and Sam.
Oh, wow.
Dude, so it was Andrew, His Golden Messenger, Sam from Paul Sunshine,
Wow.
One other dude, and dude, it was called Alone Together. It was the jam.
That's an amazing band.
It was also like really fun to watch Andrew owning it in terms of what he was playing and what he wasn't, and like those guys had never played together before, and his Golden Messenger is sitting there being like, yeah, what is going on right now? We have the rhythm section of all rhythm sections.
Yeah, I'm sure he was.
Dude, they closed on their first night that they toured with it. They closed with Life's Been Good by Jill Walsh, and they'd never played it before and just nailed it. And that tune is not easy to nail.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was good. How's my hair now?
Shannon says she saw the night before you.
How was
it? It was
it?
one of the best shows she's ever seen.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, okay, Nathan, let me ask you this question.
All right.
Here's an interesting question that I have on a personal level. And we're really about to dig into someone's artistry that we don't know. We're not friends with him, so it's a different question. What do you think of His Golden Messenger? Because I think, well, I'll tell you what the internet thinks. Like, he is my number one defined artist that I've listened to in the past decade, according to Spotify, over anything. That guy, in my opinion, the way I like to describe him is the warm Bob Dylan hug. You know what I mean? Like when you hear it, you just know it. And like, I don't know, like there's something about that dude's music that is just, it makes me feel like the first time I heard your music too, where it just like gets the soul rising out of you. I don't know. Have you ever gotten down with him?
No, I haven't really listened to him very much.
I really like when I first started getting into him, which was 11 years ago.
Oh wow!
I really 11 years ago. Like he's been on Spotify they do this algorithm thing where it's like, what are your favorite artists? What have you listened to more than anything? And I thought it was gonna be My Morning Jacket, hands down. Like that's my favorite band. Period. That's what I listened to. That Barbados, whatever, blah blah. And they were like, you have listened to more His Golden Messenger than 1% of all the biggest His Golden Messenger fans that exist, just from their platform as a whole. And like, I'm telling you right now, that dude is the warm Bob Dylan hug.
Apparently, Bill in the chat says that he shot video at the first ever His Golden Messenger show.
Right. So after
he's got. What does that mean? So he's got video footage of the very first
His
ever.
Golden Messenger. So His Golden Messenger. His Golden Messenger is the band, but His Golden Messenger is this guy named MC Taylor, and he originated from San Francisco, and then he moved to North Carolina after that and started His Golden Messenger. And His Golden Messenger exists between. It's kind of the same way that the Mother Hips exists between Greg and Tim, but it also exists between Paul Haugen and Hofer and all those other people that record that music in that way.
Right.
And so I'm very interested to know about what the first His Golden Messenger is. And then I'm also very interested to know, to the people who are watching that know His Golden Messenger, is what is your favorite His Golden Messenger lyric and why?
But it'll take a little while because of the
delay. No, we got it. But like, this is good questions. I mean, like, I get.
Apparently, you have a text in your inbox that has a clip of.
All right, Shannon, tell me. Yeah, the picture from the show. Okay, so can I do this? Okay, let me see if it works. Shannon, send me this.
So who's playing bass?
So who's playing bass is God. All right, hang on a second. All right, let me start this over. So Shannon was at the show at Sweetwater when they did the Life's Been Good, and that's what I'm going to show you guys right now. Who's playing? Shannon might know who's playing bass. It was God. I think it was. It's weird because it was like MC Taylor from His Golden Messenger, Andrew Barr, Sam from Apollo Sunshine, Sam Cohen, and then. There wasn't a guy from Vetiver. I want to say that, but that's too easy. It's weird. Check us out. Here you go.
Wow. Oops.
And that's the hits. So, Nathan, I'd love to go through.
So Bill
All
says.
right. So Nathan, I'd love to go. Nathan, do you want to go through?
Wait, hold on a second. Bill says that it was at the rickshaw stop in San Francisco. It was MC and Scott.
Yes,
plus
he is correct. He is correct.
Plus Tim and John Hoffer from the Hips.
Hofer, absolutely, he is correct. That was the first His Golden Messenger show. 110,000%.
He's got video of it.
Oh yeah, well you should direct me. We have a Zendesk that's set up. We have a thing for customer support right now. Just kidding. Nathan, are you down to do a listening party right now?
Bill says, unfortunately, my audio recording on DAT didn't come out. Somebody else recorded audio, but I don't know who it was.
Dude, audio DATs or it didn't happen.
That's tough, huh?
All right, so Nathan, you've never really done it. Do you want to do like a? Do you want to do a listening party real quick?
What does that mean?
I mean, like I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you a song that I know 4 people that have gotten married to. And walked down the aisle to by His Golden Messenger. Can you stream it?
I can't stream it. I can't stream it.
But if it's only 4 minutes, I bet we could. What's the worst? What's going to happen? They're going to mute you?
No, I mean I get copyright strikes on YouTube.
Yeah. All right. Have you ever tested your algorithm? Is it longer than 4 minutes and 18 seconds?
Oh, it seems it could be like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
they're really good. The algorithm, I get. That's part of what happens to me is I get copyright strikes for singing my own songs.
All right. Does everybody commit to, if we do a listening party, to teach Nathan Moore about the Warren Bob Dylan hug, that they will all rejoin?
But I could just sit here and listen to it in headphones, and you could just
No. We could do that. Let's just do a silent. Okay.
Just look at my face.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do that. So the song is Highland Grace.
Highland Grace.
And you let me know how this hits.
I could probably even show the video and not the audio.
This is the jam. This is what's up, dude. This is awesome. We're teaching people music right now.
What's it called again?
Highland Grace.
This will be like a reaction video, but
yeah, no, totally
without the audio.
Yeah, no, but it's fine. I mean, I can't see anything except my weird hair and you right now, so I just want to see you listen to the song.
So I can even show you the this cool thing I have going on here with this Ecamm. First I'll share I can make my camera the webcast here.
Yeah, just put a play. They can watch me. They're not watching you. They're watching me.
Now they're watching the video.
All right, so just listen. Go ahead.
Haha. That's pretty classic. Nice vocal. Nice voice.
She loves with a love.
Oh, can y'all hear it a little bit? I wonder if the robots can.
But
Just throwing the bots off.
hit it. Hit it. Here you go, Nathan. All right, here you go, Nathan. Here you go. This is your part. Here you go. This is it right here. All right, so Nathan,
Yeah.
what do you think when you hear something like that?
Well, I was thinking that the production was phenomenal,
Mm-hmm.
and that he had a nice voice.
Mhm.
Let me get the camera back.
It's a little cheesy for you.
No, cheesy doesn't bother. I like cheesy.
Yeah. Well, so
Oops.
you know,
Okay, now, sorry, I was geeking out. I had to Stop.
Wait.
Filming the YouTube, but now
Could you make you a pixel of yourself, real quick?
make me a pixel.
Yeah, just hit that button.
What do you mean?
Just turn yourself into the psychedelic pixel. I thought it was a button for that. It's like
oh, I know what you mean. You mean this?
That old chestnut.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Have you fucked with the Portal stuff yet?
No, what's the Portal stuff?
Dude, you haven't seen Portal yet? Oh my god. So Portal is the new streaming platform technology that Facebook developed. So if you go to Facebook, if you go to facebook.com/portal, they have this thing that is real-time cameras that adjust to your screen and what you have, like streaming and everything. It's really incredible. It's some really high advanced like VR shit. It's really cool.
Wait, on Facebook?
Yeah, dude. So if you come back and put your screen on, I'll tell you how to find it. Look at me. Hey, everybody on Nathan's stream. I'm so pissed. Just waiting for Nathan to come back. So tough. What kind of hair would you like my hair to be? What do you guys think of these gray curls? I don't like them. I want to pluck them out. I don't know.
Sorry, I was actually running water, so I didn't hear you.
What did you say about running water?
I was running water, so I didn't actually hear what you just said.
I thought it was going to be some like weird mountain shit. Like, we don't have running water. What do we do? So what I was talking about before that was this. Do you know about Portal by Facebook?
All right. Facebook Portal. Never heard of it.
So they actually have hardware devices that are sending out to people. But it's also hardware devices that you can connect to your television that you can buy.
Oh, okay. So I have heard a little bit about that.
Dude, it's insane.
Really?
The way that the video, dude, it's insane. The first time that you my recommendation would be to FaceTime TK tomorrow and be like, hey, I just want to test out the Portal because like him and Sabs have it, and it is insane the way the camera adjusts, the way that everything goes, like it just reads everything in the room. It's very cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right. So it follows you around the room.
It follows you around the room, but then also you can do like the whatever acid lights you just put on. It's like times 15,000, but with your face in all the pedals that are going out. Like, it's pretty heady.
Whoa.
It's pretty heady. Dude, what do you think my hair what's my hair look like right now? Is it like Biff from Back to the Future?
No, it looks like the effect I was just doing on my
maybe it's like Big Boy.
You look like a kaleidoscope.
It's like Big Boy.
Yeah, a little bit like Big Boy.
Hey
Bob.
Well,
I'll take a hamburger and some extra fries.
Or we could just like jet right to Austin Powers and be like, have a good evening with Hey Nathan, I think that if you can do it with me on Zoom, I would personally love. I know that it was a rough time a few hours ago when like you totally fucked up the cigarette joke, but you have a cigarette, I have a cigarette. You want to run it?
Run what?
The cigarette jokes.
What do you mean?
I mean the ones from the last mute ever.
I know, but I was just making everything up. I was just riffing. I don't remember it.
Oh my God. So you're telling me that I'm asking you, an improvisational musician in all different forms, to recreate it again?
You just want me to do it again?
How dare I? Keep on muting till it's gone.
You just want me to riff again?
Nathan, put your cigarette up. Do you have your cigarette?
I
All right,
do.
so cheers. Show us your cigarette jokes.
Right, cheers.
Oh my god, dude, you need a fucking full bell. Ding, ding.
Right. I got this for the game show. What's the right answer?
No. You need a foot bell that's on the left side of your left foot. Just ding, ding, ding.
Foot bell.
Dude, I mean, I know your rig already.
Christmas is coming up.
Do you, Nathan, something that could be interesting to think about and to do. And you could do this like, you could do this from whatever perspective you want to do, but like do like, this is, I know you've done massive work with helping Brad or helping Fred or helping people that are streaming. Like, this is your FAQ for how to stream in this modern age through multiple platforms. You know what I mean? Like, we could sell that.
Just I mean, there's a lot of that already out there.
I mean, but like from somebody, dude. Okay, so the way that the last stream that Fred had on his stream was the most purest sound that I've heard on a stream yet. Because he had figured out how to separate the guitar and how to separate everything as a whole. And it's like, dude, we need to write a FAQ for artists on how to do that, but we could charge that. That's data as service.
Mm-hmm.
It is, dude. Like, I mean, like I'll say this right now. I currently work in a world of people that stream all the time and like know how to host and everything like that. And I have yet to see anybody like you be able to do the things that you do and the way that you do and the way that you're able to host and the way that you're able to do everything. But also, if you document what's going on right now, you can sell that as data as a service and like bring it back to you in tenfold.
It seems like the best way to document it would be to make like a video about it.
No. There's no best way to document it. It's the worst way to document it. You have to say what you do is this into this into this into this, and then you do this into this into this. Right. So it's very much intern work, but it's also necessary work.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of this into this into this into this for sure.
Well, I'll show you, dude. I'll fucking blow your mind right now. All right, hang on.
What's hanging on the wall behind you?
So, dude, what's hanging on the wall behind me? That's a very interesting question. So, I am obsessed with. I'm a huge fan of New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
I think that New Orleans is the true American culture of this world. I mean, this is everything that has happened. Like, you think about real American music and where it's come from as a whole. It all comes from New Orleans as a whole. So what's behind me is 3 different triptychs. Do you see all of them?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 3 different triptychs of the Americas, but it's all during the 1860s when the shipping routes actually existed. So let's just take a look at the middle one. Right. So this is the middle one right here. And you see how all of those, they're all shipping routes.
Oh, wow.
And all the shipping routes point towards New Orleans. Right. And that's where we get the je ne sais quoi, the French Creole American Revolution,
mm-hmm.
which is the same reason they have the original map of New Orleans from 1908
wow.
and the backside of the kitchen as well, so that we remember where true American culture comes from. And that's what it means. But also my mom bought it for me. It's great.
That's cool.
Let's see what else do I have over here. I can show you guys. Just some personal things. There's some weird thing. Oh, do you know what I have? Actually, Nathan, I can show you right now. It's my girlfriend and I have been moving in the last few weeks to my apartment, and we've been moving in the apartment. and finding all these different things that have been a part of my life or whatever. Check out this ticket that I found the other day. I put it in my wallet, and I pulled it out of my wallet, which is a Rick and Morty wallet.
Well, look at that.
Just for the record. And so I pulled this ticket out from 2010.
Oh, look at that. What a lineup. Apollo Sunshine and Big Light.
Right. And that's 2010, which is 10 years ago, to Animals in Bloom, which is like such a big part of it's actually how you and I became friends, Nathan. Is that time in our lives.
Big Light?
Like if that, yeah, for Big Light. So, Fred and I used to live together at 993, and Sleepy Wheels Publishing comes from Fred and I coming up with the idea for that, and doing those things. And he was actually the first person that ever taught me about you, and what it means to get something from some chicken. That's where it comes from, and it's such an interesting thing. It's very interesting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I would actually like to ask you about this more. So I'll turn the tables on you a little bit more. I will light a cigarette, and we'll ask that too. But okay, this is a real question. What does it mean to be such a celebrated artist for so many uncelebrated artists? And how do you deal with that?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, so some of my best friends and biggest musical inspirations have all been driven from the music that you have made and the music that you've played. I will never forget the first time I saw you play music. It was at the High Sierra Music Festival in 2001. You were with the Amusement. You were doing, and it was just something that was very innate as a whole. You have inspired. At least let's just take us down a little notch, and let's just say my best friends and one of the records that I just helped release, Big Light, the last Big Light record as a whole. The name of the Big Light publishing company is Sleepy Wheels Publishing. The songs that, there's a song. The reason why Big Light exists is because it's after a Nathan Moore song called Big Lights. So how do you deal, in terms of still being cool and still being chill, but also you have to know that your music has touched so many people in so many different ways, even if it's in different avenues.
That's awesome, right?
Isn't that awesome?
I mean, the trick is is always finding ways to continue to be that kind of force in the world.
Right. So is that puppet strings from marionetting, or is that?
No, it's the other way around. I'm the puppet.
Yeah. So let me ask you right now. I'll ask you right now. If I came to you, not tomorrow, but in, let's say, 2 weeks, and I came to you with a week, in 2 weeks, and I came to you in 2 weeks with a plan to release every single album that you wanted to release and put it out on every single streaming platform so everyone who knows can get into it and we can pass that music around, would you be down?
Most of them are out there already.
Are they?
Yeah. I'm still learning how to make records myself.
You know what I want to hear? You know what I hear more than anything is one of my favorite experiences with you ever was when I was working at Jambase at the time. And this is when D was working at Jambase at the time too. And this is, when Camp Harry was going on, all this shit, blah, 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 this, that, the other. And I actually had the copy of the original version of the EP of Sleepyhead and things like that too. And you're you don't have that. I'm the only motherfucker that has that. How the hell do you have that? What's going on with that?
How did you have it?
Super D and Herman. We passed it around at that time. And also when I say that, you're okay, you get a pass. Absolutely. But then I think about the man that eats morning for breakfast, or the man that makes EPs for no one. You know,
Right,
what I
right.
mean?
Oh yeah, I know those men.
It's just like, I think that there's, you know, watching you play that Sleepyhead tonight, and watching you play that over, you know, the lowest resolution possible, and you saying what that meant and like what that is, like there still is. I think that there is. There's no way that we can guarantee all of the money to everybody that should be guaranteed at that time. But I do feel like a COVID reacclimation tour of the Davis would be what everybody needs.
That would be nice.
Way. It would be nice. You know what I mean?
Hey, Mark, in the chat, what's that question referring to? He says, so there is a 2-week notice, ?
What's the 2-week notice about?
I don't know. We'll find out. More on this later.
I'm a non-official tancer.
A what?
Non-official tancer. I'm not an answer. I'm a tancer.
A tancer. He's got the tansers. Frequently asked questions here. Ask him anything. He said he mentioned 2 weeks thing quite a few times. I don't remember either.
Yeah, well, so it's been 2 weeks since Nathan talked to me, looked at my head and said that I'm sorry. I don't know.
Oh, Tanner said 2 weeks releasing a bunch of NM music.
Well, actually, I'll tell you guys something right now. So on Friday of this week, I don't know if you guys are Big Light fans at all, but we are releasing the B-side to Ships, which just came out. It's called Octopus, and it is actually being released on a series of songs that has been, you know, authenticated by Tom Morello. So Wilco's on there, Tom Morello is on there, Big Light's on there. It's one of 10 songs that's going on. It's called Octopus. Actually, it's not out yet, but it will be called Octopus. So there's a single that's coming out, and it's called Song Aid. It's a Song Aid thing that's happening. And so there'll be a Big Light B-side to the album that they just released that's happening on Friday. Wilco, Tom Morello, get to know it.
Gotcha. Okay, so we're getting to the bottom of the 2 weeks. It was when you said that you would have a plan in 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, I could have a plan in 2 weeks. I mean, what kind of plan you want to devise?
I don't have any ambitions.
No, I'm asking the people.
The board of directors. Yeah, exactly.
What kind of plan
I do have a new record about to come out. We're gonna have to definitely talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And so the thing is like when we talk about a new record and what the new record means for Nathan, it's what we have to do more than anything is tap in to the fiasco more than anything. Like we have to tap in to the people that are an established fan of the situation so that it grows. This is how things bloom. Like Nathan, love is not some fragile flower. It's one that walks the sidewalk just to bloom. You know, like that's the deal.
Right.
And so there is no grander ethos without the royal us. Is the best way I can say that. You know what I mean? Like the only way that we can get that stuff to happen is if everybody promotes Nathan Moore to everybody that they've ever heard of and tell them why he has changed their life or what it's meant to them, and try to teach people about what a hippie fiasco really means or what that really is. And that's the definition of who we are.
Sour to the people.
Yeah, you know, well, look at this.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. The lemonist.
Dude, Nathan,
revolution.
There's no way you don't have a sippy straw.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, dude. You gotta have a sippy straw, dude. Like, there's no way. You can't be like taking.
I bet the listeners would appreciate that because this is loud. This is loud.
Well, I mean, it's loud unless you're on mute.
Right. That's why I try to stay on mute as often as possible.
Dude, Nathan, when that shit happens,
Otherwise, people are just going to hear
Nathan,
my teeth.
Nathan, let me tell you
chewing
about
ice.
so when that so you'll remember this better than I will, and I only know this because it was replayed to me too. But like, you know, the Laughing,
Mm-hmm.
Rich, you know, Laughing. Did those guys ever break character like that or break mold? Like, it's like, you know what? It's on mute right now. It's like that was a part of the shtick. I thought that was a part of the shtick the whole time until you really started doing it. You know, there's no reason. Like all of our intent is because of your delight right now. So whatever you tell us is the way that it is. Like that was a muted cigarette thing, and there's no reason for you ever get discouraged about that. There's no reason for anyone that would ever on the stream feel discouraged about that, because you're just doing it for the people, and your sincerity and your realness matters, and it will expand.
Right. I like that.
I mean, I hope you like it.
I can do that. I can do that.
You could do that. Hey, will you do me a favor right
What's
now?
that?
I would love for you to just hit me with the bylight of a shining star right now. It's something that I haven't heard.
Hit you with a what?
But bylight of shining star.
Oh, exploding pen.
Oh no, I know the exploding pen. I don't want to be that guy, but I want you to feel it as well. I want you to be like, I want the like just, and also maybe you could turn the lights down in the studio to the same that
So
was.
You're asking for exploding pen though, right?
No, the other one that goes light of shining star.
I'm just making sure. Wait, you're then I'm following you. Let's see. What should I play?
I recommend the key of G.
I found the wise old man cross-legged on the tip of the mountain peak. I said I've walked 1,000 miles. He said you are what you seek. So I uncrossed my legs, rose from the peak, tossed my eyes to the valley. They rolled through town and found me deep, asleep down a dark alley. By the light of a shining star, by the dark of a dim-lit bar. I'm an exploding pen. I might not make it this way again. Sun and moon, day and night, heaven and hell, wrong and right. For all I know, from all I've seen, there must be two of me. One to rise and one to be ashes, one to fall and one to fly, one that the crumbling sky catches, and one to be free by and by. The light of a shining star, by the dark of a dim-lit bar. I'm an exploding pen. I might not make it this way again.
Yeah. So now I'm. First of all, thank you. Second of all,
I had a real mystery going on there sonically. Did you hear the tambourine that wouldn't shut up?
yeah. Sound like you didn't know I have a place to go.
I couldn't figure out how that was happening, but I just figured it out. Hold on, there's one more verse though. I'm not done.
Can we get a real one?
What's that?
Give me the real one though.
What do you mean?
First.
Real one what?
Like, something bearded. COVID. All right, Nathan, you want to do a test?
You can make what you've already made. I say when they say I might make it. I steal poems, I borrow shade. If a chance floats by, I take it. Fellow inmates of this round world, these bodies, these thoughts in our head. Save all the reasons you'll pray nevermore. Tell me all about it when I'm dead. By the light of a shining star. By the dark of a dim lit bar. I'm an exploding pen. I might not make it this way again.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Right? Does that feel good?
It does feel good.
It feels great. So I got one for you. Hang on, let me look it up.
That was actually a really fun illusion that happened for me here.
Nathan, I have a question for you.
Wait, hold on. I want to explain what just happened to me a little bit here because it was a really interesting illusion. I accidentally hit my looper pedal on my microphone, and all it really picked up was the tambourine. So I didn't realize I'd hit it at all. And I just heard, I thought my cat was like on the tambourine or something. I was like, why is my tambourine still making a noise? I thought the actual tambourine that's on the floor here that I hit with my foot was continuing to make sound. I had no idea that it was actually digital or being looped. I thought the cat was there. I was like, what is down there? Is it a rat on my tambourine? So yeah, that was, I just went through all that as a pen.
Like a good one that writes, like Gel F2.
Right. Meanwhile.
So I have an interesting question, and I do want you to stop me on questions if it's too forward.
Like right? What?
Like what? Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Ready for it? So, Surprise Mr. Davis has, I remember the first time I saw Surprise Mr. Davis. And the first time I saw Surprise Mr. Davis was, I think it was 2008, 7, maybe at High Sierra Music Festival at the Big Meadow stage when they were doing it. And me and Hoops were looking at each other. And Hoops is like 3 sheets to the wind. And he grabs me. He's like, this is the greatest American band we will ever see of all time. And at that point too, and this is something that has always been something that you guys have stuck with always, is you guys have always covered 19th Nervous Breakdown. But if there was another go out and walk out song that you could cover that didn't have to be 19 Nervous, because like that's what it is now, what would it be?
How do I know?
I do see exactly. Like I'm not trying to force things on you. It's like this is from a fan and a tan perspective.
Yeah, I don't really know. When I go into the bookstore, I don't know which book I'm going to walk out with usually.
You want to hear something crazy? So I joined my first book club that I've ever joined in 10 years today, or this last week. And I joined it for Infinite Jest. And so we're all going to get through Infinite Jest by David Foster Wallace. And I had to quit the book club because I didn't want to buy anything except unless it was from City Lights. Buy something from City Lights, and that was the only San Francisco institution I was trying to participate with. But I'm hosting all the Zoom parties, and I saw a Zoom party, so I just had to check in every time I have book club, be like, sorry, you still haven't caught up to 123 pages of blank, full paragraph text with no indentation, no anything. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever read? Oh, actually, interesting question. Nathan, who's your favorite American author?
Gosh. Favorite American author?
Right. So it's interesting to think about. I can't quote this, but my friend and I, who have had similar writing styles for all time, and this is after we're reading Infinite Jest, which, if you guys don't know what Infinite Jest is, it's one of the craziest books you'll ever have to try to read. It's 1,000 pages. There's footnotes behind footnotes behind footnotes. You need like 3 bookmarks to read it, so you can keep track of everything that's going on. But the best way that me and my friend could describe it as a whole is like my American Lit personal favorite reading list of the last 100 years goes Whitman, Thoreau, Kerouac, Ellis, and then Eggers. And then when I read David Foster Wallace, I assumed he'd fall in lines and I'd hear what he'd say, and it would sound so far like what he says, but he does sound a bit like all of these guys. And that way there's also familiar and also unique. He feels to actuality and fills in the gaps between these guys. I hear his influence in Eggers' sentences and his shared emotions in Ellis. I hear his wild, nonsensical lines from Kerouac and his complex but meaningful work through the word choice like Thoreau, plus the sexuality of Whitman. The only author from my personal American canon that I can't decipher what he doesn't hit is Hemingway. Right? So, like, I guess my question to you, Nathan, would be, what do you think of Hemingway?
I could never really do Hemingway.
I agree. I couldn't do it either.
He was a great character, great idea.
Well, yeah, it's also so interesting what like authors, and when you're talking about fiction and what that means to people, in terms of, like, my favorite author of all time is Dave Eggers. Period. Like, that guy writes the way that my brain speaks. Like, it's just pop, 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 pop,
nice.
pop, pop, pop. We're like going on this, and there's long run-on sentences, and there's all of these different things. That's not necessarily the best, or like what that means, or whatever it is, but it's like something that makes you feel. It's like something that makes you sincere in some kind of way, or it makes you relate. I don't know. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. Well, what is your favorite author, Nathan?
I don't know. It just depends on how I look at it. Paul Auster's one of my favorites. But then I like all the archetypal characters too, like the Mark Twains and Whitman and Thoreau. I do love the romance.
I love the
of
Twain.
that.
The Twain has such a good rapport with all too, where it's like you hear something that Twain says or has written, and you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Right. That makes sense as a whole.
Yeah, I love that.
But then also, like, you think about what it meant to be a regarded author at that time in that place, when there was no way to spread text or spread media or anything like that. Like, how many Twains are there in the world right now that are getting lost in everything? You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole different way of publishing or what that meant.
Right.
It's very interesting. And it's also like, you know, I think about, well, honestly, it's like Nathan Moore hours that we're on right now. But it's also like, you know, you think about books of poetry that were written in the 1900s, and you think about your collection of songs that have been written, and like, regardless if you take if this isn't a D or a G or it's been reworked or whatever that is, that's poetry. So what would that even be look like, right? There's like Walt Whitman's book of poetry that's just like the same thing as what you're writing right now, but it's in a different context at a different time.
Right.
It's very interesting to think about.
Mm-hmm.
It's super interesting, and I don't expect anyone to have an answer for it, but I also do expect someone to have an answer for my hair if someone would like to come cut it. What else do I have around here? Should I
show and tell?
I got show and tell. I got you want to do a show and tell? I can do it.
So who lives there now? Where are you? Where are you?
I'm in our apartment. It's me and my girlfriend Jamie. You know Jamie. So this is the back of the kitchen. This is where we're at. What we're dealing with. And then, so we're in, just to let everybody know, we're in the 3rd floor of Baker McAllister right now in San Francisco, California, 4 blocks from where the Independent is. And then we go in here. But if you also go out here, you might be able to see the Leaning Tower. You see it?
No.
So right there is where the San Francisco Tower is. The one that looks like fake Burning Man.
Fake Burning Man?
Yeah, it's like it's like a fog tower that exists on top of Bernal Hill. So what I like about my table right here, it's got,
look at that dude.
It's Broby. It's the Once and Future band, just a great San Francisco rock band. They were backing the Black Crowes this last tour until it got canceled. I highly recommend them. We've got, who's this? What is this guy? No way.
Well, look at that. Nice.
Look at that. That's sealed. Oof.
That's sweet.
Yeah. We also have the consummary Jim James bobblehead.
Oh, look at
that. Just for fun. And then we also have right here, which I would be remiss with not to show, is we have Buckwheat Zydeco as a whole from the 2013 Jazz Fest, as well as the number 1 right here, Aaron Neville, with doves flying out of his arms. And that's the scene. Also, Nathan, do you want to see? Now it's getting too personal.
What do you have that's too personal?
I don't. So, did you ever have a? So my name is very akin towards fitting into everything. Like I'm the tan I'm the tan who sleeps before breakfast. Right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy. So when I was a junior in high school, and my mother made me my first personalized license plate of all time.
Shannon wants. Oh, look at that.
Tanner than you.
That's great. Shannon wants to see the press photo of the slip by the door.
Oh yeah. Okay. So that's a great question. Oh my God, Jamie moved it. Hang on. Oh, that's so interesting. Hang on. That's so interesting. 1 second. That's such an interesting question, Shannon. Only you would know that. 1 second.
Did some work on my flower there. Got upgraded my flower a little bit.
So, interesting update. So, in the place where my, where the picture that she's talking about, and so just so you know, I've always had, when you walk into my house, there's been the original press photo from the 1998 slip that's sitting there. It's the one with Brad yelling into Andrew's face, Mark's looking down.
Oh, right.
And then we actually have a photo that, Nathan, you were actually there when it was you, me, Bunny, and Thumpy who found the weird street artist that was typing poems after the Slip New Year's show. I think it was in 2012 or something like that. And we made them do a poem for us, the children of the 993. However, I can't find that right now because we're in the middle of moving. And my girlfriend's like, she's currently moving in here. But I do have this if you want to look through it.
What is that? What is it?
It's Traveling on a High Frequency.
Oh, nice.
By,
cool. Jay, yeah.
Oh, no, this is the most ultimate book of all time.
That's cool.
Really good.
Wow.
This is really good. Really good. If anybody wants to buy a coffee table book of all time, Traveling on a High Frequency by Jay Blakesberg, there's like original photos of Radiohead with their like at 95, just figuring it out. It's really awesome.
That's awesome.
There's also like, dude, it's so awesome. B.B. King and Tracy Chapman, The Black Crowes.
Wow.
Yeah. Dude, right. I mean, this dude, you ever think about what it would mean to be like, what if you were a photographer that was just traveling on a high frequency, and like, is it just a matter of time and circumstance? What is that?
Everything. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
It's crazy to fucking think about. It's really nuts. It's like, I think about like the time and circumstance like of the first music festival I went to, and the first music festival I went to was High Sierra, and that was the first time I saw you, and that was with the Amusement. That's when Rubberball meant to me what Rubberball does not mean to me now, right? Just in general, like, just take that in perspective. But at that time, right? That's the thing about that. It's like 2000, 2001, and then think about what music festivals turned into starting like, let's say like 2005, like when Wakarusa started and all of those things started. And like, there's this huge culmination of music festivals, everything that meant and whatever that means. And now it's over and it will never be the same again. Ever.
Right.
So that's such an interesting thing to think about. Like, they think about the last 15 years and what the evolution of American music festival culture has meant and what that means, and like it will never be the same like that ever. Mm-hmm. So it's so interesting to think about.
You think that's true?
Well, I think that you know, as someone who's been at the forefront of the American Music Festival and like been there for the whole time, yeah, I think that absolutely. Can you ever see an Outside Lands happening again, or a Bonnaroo? Just think about Bonnaroo. Can you ever see that happening?
Yeah, I can. Why do you say that?
Well, the way I can say that because, like, okay, so let me rephrase that. Can you see a handshake happening again? For people you don't know.
From people I don't know. Yeah, when they have a vaccine.
Right. So like you need scars upon ours for us to have a public gathering again. So I'm talking about having an 80,000 person gathering in a municipal city that happens again as a whole. Would I go?
I mean,
No.
it's. I mean,
Would
a
you
lot,
go?
a lot.
Would you go right now? Would you go? Would you
We
go to
don't
a
know.
Glacier?
We don't know the answer to these questions yet, but I just have a feeling that that's probably not true.
Well, so Nathan, what is you know what? I don't want to get into fucking talks about. I don't want to. What we are smoking cigarettes, so we can wax poetic. So I don't know about where you're at, but today the county of LA decided that we're not breaking shelter in place for another 3 months, and they're not breaking it for another 3 months until the end of July. And
They said
LA.
that they said that publicly.
Oh, it's in the LA Times, like 100%. So shelter in place exists, and like I am a part of the movement or whatever that is in terms of progressive humans. Like I've been in quarantine for 65 days. Like, you know what I mean? Like since 313, we've been locked the fuck down. And just because people decide to open it up or people are having shows in Arkansas or whatever that means, doesn't mean it's okay to go out. Like that's a different concept. Like we are in a different concept of reality. It's a whole different thing. It absolutely is. And like, but also I think that it's also all about team adult decisions, right? So it's about team adult decisions. You know the people that you trust, you know what's going on. It's just you have to understand compounding mathematics and what that means. Does that make sense?
I mean, makes as much sense as it. Yeah, I mean, but you're not saying anything.
No. I am saying anything. I am saying something. I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying something.
Shannon thinks it'll be 5 years from now, if not sooner. MC,
Yeah, I think that's a little.
MC says this isn't going to be the end of pandemics, though. New stuff is going to pop up all the time, exacerbated by climate change. True, of course.
Should we call it a tandemic?
You can if you want.
I just think that it's like important.
I mean, right now we're just in a holding pattern. To me, my take is right now we're in a holding pattern to protect the front lines and to learn more about what's going on. At a certain point, if we're not going to know more and the front lines are ready, then we're just going to have to leave the house and go into battle.
Right, but like, I mean, I'm not going to be that person that's leaving the front lines and going into battle. I'm going to stay home and stay safe and stay kind. And that's the biggest thing.
How old are you?
37.
I think you'd be fine. You should get it.
Well, so how old are you?
I'm 50.
So you should be fine. You should get it too.
I'm not very healthy.
Do I look like a modicum of like awesome healthiness?
Yes, you do, Tanner. Yes, you do. I'm saying you're still young enough, though. You probably could get it.
Not dead yet. What is that? Not dead yet. That's a Delta Spirit song. Not dead yet. Man, dude, that's not bad. That's one of the things.
I am too 50 already, Shannon. Might as well be. I'm not quite 50 yet. I turned 50 this year.
Right. So
I do feel like I'm in the at risk category, and me personally, I've quarantined more than anybody I know for sure. I haven't left the house since it started. My wife does. But you goes
also
to the store every couple of weeks, but that's about it too.
Well, so let's go back. Nathan, when's your birthday?
October.
So like, let's think about this, and let's think about this in a strategic and also in a friend way. Where like, all right, there's a moderate chance that we'll still be in this situation in October when it happens. And like High Sierra just had their 30th anniversary, and they're going to, do what they're going to do in terms of like recognizing it. Jazz Fest just had their first time they ever have not had a Jazz Fest ever.
Right.
And they created something that was uniting people around the country in terms of the food that people were cooking, everything they were doing. It would make people feel like Jazz Fest, even though they were doing it in place. So my question to you, with the master of all content of all time, is like, what will we do? How will we celebrate you the way that we want to celebrate you in your 50th year, the best way that we can in the situation that we're in?
By telling all their friends to subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Folks, we're trying to break 1,000. So if you haven't told anybody, we got to get them in. We got to do this.
That's what I want for Christmas.
I think, oh my God. All right. Another new great topic. That's so great.
Wait, I'm gonna see where we are right now.
What's your favorite Christmas music of all time?
I don't know. I like the classics, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know it's a black screen. We're at 931.
Is that where we're at?
Yep.
No way. So we're having a conversation about the greatest American Christmas classics, right? So you can go Nat King Cole, you can go all that all day.
Mm-hmm.
But for my money, as a whole, the best is live Chris Isaak. Like, ho, ho, it's Christmas again, but it won't be the same without you. Like, that's the jam. That's like this.
Sounds good.
It's like, oh, it's Christmas.
Are you saying John Lennon for Christmas music, Mark?
No. I'm singing. I'm dude.
No, I'm talking to the chat.
We do another listening party.
What's that?
You want to do another listening party?
Not the Christmas music.
But what if it was Christmas music by like the same guy who did like, it's like Chris Isaak doing Christmas music?
I don't know.
No.
I don't want to get in the mood. It's almost cruel to my emotions. It's like teasing a flower or something.
Chris
Isaak, the Christmas song?
Yeah. Have you never heard this before?
I don't know.
Dude, I'm not. Would I steer you wrong?
Jeez. Yeah. Tongue fire choir, dressed up like come on, everybody knows. Wait, which one's Chris Isaak?
The one in the white.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Michael Bublé on the left.
Oh God. No, that was pretty nice, actually. And is on his way. Sleigh moves round. Know how to fly.
Right? It's pretty good.
Christmas. Let's see what else I got.
In terms of Christmas songs or in terms of other songs?
Christmas songs.
Oh, dude. Okay.
White Christmas.
No, do you want a Christmas song? Do you want a Christmas song that is personal? Well, this is just Chris Isaac in the Michael Bublé situation, which is amazing.
Which one?
So I would say if you wanna know a story about me and my Christmas, in general, it's a Raffi song, and it's a Raffi song that was. Let me find it. I have to Google it too. I don't have to Google it. I Spotify it. So it's RAFSI.
On Christmas morning.
So it's Raffi Christmas is what I'm thinking about, and the song I'm thinking about is. So okay, ready, Nathan? Here we go. So I'm explaining this to you first. So yeah, that's exactly it, Nathan. That's exactly it.
Old Toy Trains.
Yes. Okay, so here's the deal. When I was younger, my mother would always be like, okay, so Santa's on his way. This is what's happening. My children are 3 years old, 4 years old. They don't know what to do. But every time she played this song, this would be the signification of, little one, don't you think it's time you were in bed? And hit that one. Just hit, no, not hit it.
Hit the Old Trains.
Yeah, hit it. This is the best one.
Little one.
This is like the invention of like me understanding what singer and songwriters meant. All is calm. All is well. Dude, so I mean, like, think about it, Nathan. You could like spread an album that's just like, what if you did like a fucking spread the Yule album? You're telling me there's not 400 people that would be very interested in spreading the Yule with you?
Spreading the Yule with me. That sounds illegal.
Dude, we got licensing rights for everything. Don't worry about it. $996, huh? How'd we get there? Are you saying 996 in terms of total views or 996 in terms of total viewers?
Subscribers.
Oh, dude, I subscribe to the vibe.
Red. Oh, it says the lyrics. We were in bed.
All right, Nathan, more questions for me, the interviewer to the interviewee. What was your first concert?
That was maybe my first Raffi experience.
Dude, you never forget your first Raffi.
Yeah, I'll never forget this.
Check this out.
That
was your first Raffi. That was your first Raffi. But do you know this? Baby beluga in the deep blue sea. Swim so wild and you swim so free. Heaven above. So you know it.
No.
Stop. Oh, you don't know that song?
No. Why would I know that song?
Oh, dude, it is definitive for a lot of people that are my age. I'm 37 right now, but like us being like, Raffi was everything in terms of learning how to do music. And there's a song called Baby Beluga, which is the absolute indefinite like definition of how I learned music.
Baby Beluga. I have to learn more about that because I am a beluga. That's what we call our club, the Belugas.
What's the noise you guys make?
We don't have a noise. We don't. Yeah. Is that it? We don't have a noise. That did sound like a whale, though.
Yeah, it goes back to more authors. I just want to start talking more fiction now. there's this author in San Francisco called Christopher Moore who wrote this book. And all of his books are interconnected. And it's all about fiction that has a greater part of the supernatural that's also invested in Northern California and San Francisco. So it all ties truth to that geographic location. But he has this book called Bite Me, which is the tale of what it really means to be inside of a whale and what that means. So like when a whale flukes, they're like sending messages up and it says, bite me, or it says, fuck off. Or so, like that's what their fluke says. And it's just called Bite Me. And it's a tale of whales and like what whales are. Like how do whales exist? They're mammals that can speak to each other through the sea.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Like where do they come from?
Different than where everything else came from?
Or the only thing that's different from where everything else came from in terms of things under the sea and things like that is octopuses and squid, right? Like, so that's an alien. Like, that's a full alien.
It really
like,
is, yeah.
Yeah, it's a full alien.
Yep.
Like, I still do the calamari and the octopus, like, straight up, like, in a restaurant, or I used to at least. But also, like, you gotta understand those beings are insane. The way that they form and go and do everything, it's nuts.
Yeah, it really is. And they're smart.
Speaking of which, everybody
they can solve puzzles.
Everyone who's listening to the stream, the new Big Light single called Octopus releases on Friday.
Yeah, good segue. Good job. Very good. Baby Beluga. I'm on it.
Oh, dude, Raffi is the jam. It's like, it's all C to G to E. You know what I mean? It's all the same. But it's
right.
Like, it's still good songwriting.
Well, my man, I think I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, me too, man. I said I was open to it. I'm just here. But you're also ready to roll too. It's like 5:18. You gotta call it.
Rafi is super environmentally conscious and writes kids songs to teach them about taking care of the earth and gardening and being kind and tolerant and so on. Plus educational songs and just super silly songs. He's the best kids music. He's been good for like 40 years. He still plays shows. This is all coming from the chat. Shannon. Rafi.
Yeah. All right, my man. It's been good. It's been great to connect with you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, for sure. Of course.
Very cool.
I feel like we have a good energy between each other.
Yeah, man.
Shocker. I do want to make sure that you know to reach out to me anytime if you have any questions about streaming or what's going on.
Well, you know what my questions are, right?
I mean, I kind of tried to outline them the first time I got on the stream in general.
Well,
and it's also about like, you know, let's take this offline. We have things to talk about in general, and like we should just be connected now that we've done a private Zoom. Maybe we can text each other.
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good.
But then also like, I don't know if this is what the streamers require, but like,
oh, now. Oh, we just got 3 more viewers. Now this is something I could help you make money doing.
Pay the man, pay the tan. Hey, thanks to everyone for watching. Thanks for everyone to doing anything. Hope I looked like my hair was going through COVID. And please remember to support Nathan Moore. Remember to tell everybody that you know to subscribe to Hip Fiasco Rides Again. It is the most important thing that I can think of to make sure that Nathan has a platform to stream on his own and to bring everything that he wants to bring to all of us.
Oh, that's sweet of you. Are you going to enter a video for the puppet contest?
I'm out. Love you.
Are you going to enter a video for the puppet contest?
You have no idea. I have finger puppets that were already made for me that are like of me and Jerry Garcia and Carrie Black from Superfly, all these different things. It's going to blow your mind.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for continuing to do things that are very interesting and like keeping people engaged, because regardless of how challenging it can feel at times to want to hit this plateau or hit whatever it is, the things that you are doing are all the right things, and bless you for being a content curator, not a creator, but a curator, someone who curates the content between everybody. Thank you.
Oh yeah, man. Always need a challenge.
Yeah. Me too. That's why I took my shirt off.
Looking good, buddy. I really think you should get the COVID. You'll be fine.
Yeah, feeling good, Lewis. Don't worry about it.
Just kick its ass.
All right, all the best.
Me too. Bye. Cool. That was my first Zoom meeting on my new Zoom account. That was really cool of Tanner to come hang out with us. I got to geek out a little bit during that. I got a little distracted a couple of times. Maybe it was unfortunate, but I got I got a couple ideas for the buttons too. I'm going to move this guy over. But I think the Zoom, I was getting into the swing of it there by the end. I think it's going to be a little sharper than the other app I was using. I was using Whereby. I did use that app back in the day. But now I've joined the Zoom crew. From what I hear, though, Zoom is rolling out some new super security measures. And by May 30th, everybody has to upgrade to the new Zoom. If you don't get the new Zoom, it's not going to work. And there's one feature that I really like that Zoom does now that the new Zoom doesn't do. When you go to Ecamm, they're like, we've heard about the issue, but here, download this old version of Zoom and it'll work. And then I went to Zoom and they were like, by May 30th, everybody has to upgrade to the latest Zoom. I was like, oh man. Well, hopefully they'll figure it out. Because one thing that was cool in the Zoom is that I could set Ecamm, my stream, as my camera in Zoom. And that's something the new Zoom isn't doing, but this old Zoom does it great. So when I was playing a video or something, I could show Tanner the cast. So he was seeing what everybody was seeing, and then, people will know when the video's wrapping up and things like that to get ready to come back on. Pretty cool feature there. And boy, this really saved the day. My new stand, and I need a new button on here for switching the source, I think. But yeah, this little camera saved the day when the FaceTime one went blank. Oh, look at that. Earthquake. Oh my God. What was that? Oh, wait, I'm not in California. What am I worried about? These stands are so good. Here you can see the other one hanging up there for the green screen. Whoa. They're so good. I just moved a cinder block with a speaker trying to turn it to the side. But they snake and they have clamps like you wouldn't believe. Look at that clamp. Look at that clamp. Glory. That's the king of clamps right there. Look at that freaking thing. And that gooseneck is strong. And then it comes down into another impressive clamp that clamps onto the phone. Wait, I'm missing it. There it is. Look at that. You don't want to get on the wrong side of that guy. Look at him. He will take a finger. He will definitely take a finger, folks. So yeah, definitely got some fun new technology happening up in here. The Stream Deck, even though it was the longest mute of all time, I still think it's going to help that issue. Oh God, well, we don't need that anymore. I'm going off the air. You guys are awesome. Thanks for tuning in. See you soon. Okay, Google it tomorrow night with my dad. As far as I know, tentatively scheduled. Pip got on my... Did y'all see when Pip got on my shoulder earlier? That was nice. Just curled into the back of my neck. Oh! Wait, hold on a second. There's one more thing we have to check out. Let's just get this off of there. You saved the day, little camera. Way to go. Whew. That's a serious phone mount right there. I'll tell you what. That thing, once you get it there, it's there. Solid. By Lamical. But Al sent me another song today, and so far there's been 3 that I put music to, and right before I went live, I sent him a version of the 4th song that he sent me. I like came up with some music for it, sang it, recorded myself singing it for the first time, sent it to him, didn't even listen back to it. I can't even remember now how it goes. But I saw that he responded to my text message. Let's see what he said. Holy hell. That's some real special shite right there. First of all, calling it his story is wild that you picked up on that word. He was a history professor at University of Virginia until Parkinson's made it impossible. Your first stabs are killer. That's a good line for a rap demo. Gonna listen again. On my 5th listen now, you got me. Let's see. I don't even really remember how it went. Where is it in here? His story, demo.
Put it there, boy.
I can trace the reason why the water's high this season, why a humid wind was breathing down my back. Seems my father's breath was fading, and I knew that death would claim him, because every film we saw would fade to black. It's time to fill the tank up, time to fill the coffee cup to drink up, grab an atlas and sketch out a path. Tend to take the road less traveled. Wish I'd heard his voice's gravel one last time, but it unraveled before that. By the crickets and cicadas in the thickets with their neighbors keeping distance, we walked down to his grave. Till the night was dark as ravens, and the cigarette was saving me with silhouettes of smoke for anxious graves. I loved him, yeah, I loved him, and I never saw the mirror before now. I didn't know him, I didn't need to. When history repeats, it speaks so loud. We were no more complicated than anyone who made it with their mother's love adjacent all their life. And I listened to the stories as I fell into my 40s, and I stirred a nest of hornets in the night. Place a stone down for my father, drop of blood into the water. One more lamb escaped the slaughter of this land, and is back to California, where the desert rose has thorns, yet to prick your thumb and write a farewell with your hand. I loved him, yeah, I loved him, and I never saw the mirror before now. I didn't know him, I didn't need to. When history repeats, it speaks so loud. Yeah, when history repeats, it speaks so loud.
Yeah, I can dig it. Here's the first one that really got me. Original demo.
Looking for a home in a foreign place. Food for thought, while you're running through the maze. Looking for a rat to bet on in this race. But I'm trying to be a cat, trying to catch my pace. And I'm down here where the night wind's so cold, speaks a language so old. I'm feeling alone, need to make it back home. Played puzzles as a child to prepare for this, and I'm a complicated piece, complicated, wonder where I fit. It's famine or feast. At the table I sit, I guess at least I have a seat at it. I'm down here where the night wind's so cold, speaks a language so old. I'm feeling low, just need to make it back home.
Yeah, I love this one.
I will try tonight with stars and candlelight to guide my way to you. And hopefully that's right. I got a second-hand map written on my palm, and the thunder claps, but my hands cannot, at least not yet, until I land. Have you ever been lost? Do you understand? I'm down here language so old, and I'm feeling low. Just need to make it back home. And I will try tonight with stars and candlelight to guide my way to you. And hopefully that's right.
Then there's the one from yesterday. Have you seen a firefly lighting up the newborn night? Does it turn you to a child through the forest running wild? Have you seen a firefly? Does the California sky catch your passing eye? Do you stop or drive right by those magnetic streaks of light of the California sky? I think the things I've known, like I'm clay for them to mold. When I hold your hand, I understand my soul. When her hair moved in the wind, did you make a memory then? Like a photo in a frame where time you for a minute tamed when her hair moved in the wind. Do you miss the trees in fall, morning cold and colors call, when your breath comes to a crawl through the golden canyon wall? Do you miss the trees in fall? I think the things I've known, like I'm clay for them to mold. And when I hold your hand, I understand my soul. Sweet. Haha. There's actually one more that it was the first one, but I didn't even remember doing it, and I don't know where it is. How did I send it to him? Maybe it's in my text messages. Can't remember if it was on Facebook. I should drag this into the folder. I don't remember anything about this one. This I just recorded with my phone or something.
Now, where road comes to a cross, not sure what I believe in, but I'm at a loss. There's a hot wind breathing on me from the south. Wanna speak to the river with the empty mouth. Time is tough, Father says be brave.
I don't know what that clicking
hours
is.
late, I'm trying to behave. My mother mentioned that I should be saved. down by the river trying to be saved. I ran this far beneath the stars tonight. No car alarms, no city lights inside. I need to be here. I need to breathe here. Conference of the Owls, lone coyote house. Sometimes you need the quiet to see clear. It's hard to see tomorrow.
Good morning.
Today. Strange to feel much closer now that I'm away. To lay down in the riverbed I made. The way you need the sun to have the shade. I ran this far beneath the stars tonight. No car alarms, no city lights in sight.
See, I did not remember that one at all, and there's actually maybe something there. That one has not been fleshed out. I can tell. I just quickly did it into my phone and sent it to him. Good morning, Melissa. We were just, before I had logged off, I was checking out these songs I'm writing with Al Howard. Al Howard's been thinking of me and sending me words he thinks I could sing, and we've written 4 songs in the last few days. And a couple of them are really, really good. It's pretty exciting. All right, I feel like playing one more before I say goodnight. What will it be, though? Yeah, it's cool. It's like about him. Good morning. Rise and shine. Good morning, America. Someday I'm going to just get a wild hair and just take the night show on into the morning to like noon. Just be there. Hey, good morning. Welcome to the morning show. Just get all bright all of a sudden. Change the cam. Hey, good morning. Good morning. It's the morning show. No, it's not yet. Too soon. Too soon. Hey, Clayton, what's happening? All right. Yeah, I'm about to go to bed myself. Leaving song.
In the casino, I wasn't gambling. Now you should pass out. Oh, yeah, stick around. I'm just here forgetting my own songs. In the casino, I wasn't gambling. I knew I was going to lose. I walked forever, but I wasn't rambling. I was just trying on some shoes. Yeah, I met a teller, she told me a fortune. She knew I might not have any, but 2.22's exactly what I was down to. $2, 2 dimes, 2 pennies. Thank you, life, for the light I'm given. Thank you, light, for the life I'm living. Woo! Now I got my soda pop, I got my lighter, I got my pink bubble gum. I got a hot mama be lying beside her when all is said and done. I can't wait to get there, but first I gotta go too far. It's hard work playing the fool. Well, I know a shortcut, but it's through the graveyard. Thank God the moon is full. Thank you, light, for the light I'm given. Thank you, light, for the life I'm living. Woo-hoo. Well, you'll never find it unless you're looking. It might be right before your eyes. Give it a try, but don't try too hard. You might become addicted to your size. And friends might avoid you. Strangers might stare. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm just telling you, it gets weird out there. Woo! Thank you, life, for the life I'm giving. Thank you, life, for the life I'm living. Oh, thank you, life, for the life I'm giving. Thank you, life, for the life I'm living. Oh, thank you, life, for the life I'm giving. Oh, thank you, life, for the life I'm living. Yeah. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Oh my God, it's too fun. I should stop. It's too fun. I should stop. It's too fun. Found a wise old man cross-legged on the tip of the mountain peak. Said, I've walked 1,000 miles. He said, you are what you seek. So I uncrossed my legs, rose from the peak, tossed my eyes to the valley. I rolled through town and found me deep asleep down a dark alley by the light of a shining star. By the dark of a dim-lit bar. I'm an exploding pen. I might not make it this way again. Sun and moon, day and night, heaven and hell, wrong and right, for all I've known, from all I've seen, there must be two of me. One to rise and one to be ashes, one to fall and one to fly, one that the crumbling sky catches, and one to be free by and by. The light of a shining star. by the dark of a dim lit bar. I'm an exploding pen. I might not make it this way again. Can't make what you've already made. I say when they say I might make it. I steal poems, I borrow shade. If a chance floats by, I take it. Fellow inmates of this round world, these bodies, these thoughts in our head. Save all the reasons you'll pray nevermore. Tell me all about it when I'm dead. By the light of a shining star. By the dark of a dim lit bar. I'm an exploding pen. I might not make it this way again.
That I'd have to leave behind all those I dearly love. But as I turned to walk away, a tear fell from my eye. For all my life I'd always thought I didn't want to die. I had so much to live for, so much left yet to do. It seemed almost impossible that I was leaving you. I thought of all the yesterdays, the good ones and the bad. I thought of all the love we shared and all the fun we had. If I could relive yesterday, just even for a while, I'd say goodbye and kiss you, and maybe see you smile. But then I fully realized that this could never be, for emptiness and memories would take the place of me. And when I thought of worldly things I might miss come tomorrow, I thought of you, and when I did, my heart was filled with sorrow. And when I walked through heaven's gates, I felt so much at home. When God looked down and smiled at me from his great golden throne, he said, "This is eternity, and all I've promised you. Today, your life on earth is past, but here, life starts anew. I promise no tomorrow, but today will always last. And since each day is the same, there's no longing for the past. You have been so faithful, so trusting, and so true. Well, there were times you did some things you knew you shouldn't do. But you have been forgiven, and now at last you're free. So won't you come and take my hand and share my life with me? So when tomorrow starts without me, don't think we're far apart, for every time you think of me, I'm right here in your heart.
Howell or Carl Solomon. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. Angel-headed hipsters burning for the ancient heavenly connection to the starry dynamo and the machinery of night. Who, poverty and tatters and hollow-eyed and high, sat up smoking in the supernatural darkness of cold water flats, floating across the tops of cities, contemplating jazz. Who bared their brains to heaven under the L and saw Mohammedan angels staggering on tenement roofs illuminated. Who passed through universities with radiant, cool eyes, hallucinating Arkansas and lake-like tragedy among the scholars of war. Who were expelled expelled from the academies for crazy and publishing obscene odes on the windows of the skull, who cowered in unshaven rooms in underwear, burning their money in waste baskets and listening to the terror through the wall, who got busted in their pubic beards returning through Laredo with a belt of marijuana from New York, who ate fire and paint hotels or drank turpentine in Paradise Alley, death, or purgatoried their torsos night after night with dreams, with drugs, with waking nightmares, alcohol and cock and endless balls, incomparable blind streets of shuddering cloud and lightning in the mind leaping toward poles of Canada and Patterson, illuminating all the motionless world of time between. Peyote solidities of halls, backyard green trees, cemetery dawns, wine drunkenness over the rooftops, storefront burrows of tea-head, joyride, neon, blinking traffic light, sun and moon and tree vibrations in the roaring winter dusks of Brooklyn, ash can rantings and kind king light of mind, who chained themselves to subways for the endless ride from Battery to Holy Bronx on Benzedrine, until the noise of wheels and children brought them down, shuddering, mouth-racked and battered, bleak of brain, all drained of brilliance in the drear light of Zoo, who sank all night in submarine light of Bickfords, floated out and sat for the stale beer afternoon in desolate Fugazis, listening to the crack of doom on the hydrogen jukebox, who talked continuously 70 hours from park to pad to bar to Bellevue to museum to the Brooklyn Bridge, a lost battalion of platonic conversationalists jumping down the stoop, off fire escapes, off window sills, off Empire State, out of the moon. Yakety-yakking, screaming, vomiting, whispering facts and memories and anecdotes and eyeball kicks and shocks of hospitals and jails and wars, whole intellects disgorged in total recall for 7 days and nights with brilliant eyes, meat for the synagogue cast on the pavement, who vanished into nowhere, Zen, New Jersey, leaving a trail of ambiguous picture postcards of Atlantic City Hall. Suffering eastern sweats and Tangerian bone grindings and migraines of China under junk withdrawal in Newark's bleak furnished room, who wandered around and around at midnight in the railroad yard, wondering where to go and when, leaving no broken hearts, who lit cigarettes in boxcars, racketing through snow toward lonesome farms in grandfather night, who studied Plotinus, Poe, St. John of the Cross, the Book of the Dead, telepathy, and Bach Kabbalah, because the cosmos instinctively vibrated at their feet in Kansas, who loaned it through the streets of Idaho, seeking visionary Indian angels who were visionary Indian angels, who thought they were only mad when Baltimore gleamed in supernatural ecstasy, who jumped in limousines with the Chinamen of Oklahoma on the impulse of winter, midnight, streetlight, small town, rain, who lounged hungry and lonesome through Houston seeking jazz or sex or soup, and followed the brilliant Spaniard to converse about America and eternity, a hopeless task, and so took ship to Africa, who disappeared into the volcanoes of Mexico, leaving behind nothing but the shadow of dungarees and the lava and ash of poetry scattered in Fireplace, Chicago, who reappeared on the West Coast investigating the FBI in beards and shorts with big pacifist eyes, sexy in their dark skin, passing out incomprehensible leaflets, who burned cigarette holes in their arms, protesting the narcotic tobacco haze of capitalism, who distributed super-communist pamphlets in Union Square, weeping and undressing while the sirens of Los Alamos wailed them down and wailed down Wall, and the Staten Island ferry also wailed, who broke down crying in white gymnasiums, naked and trembling before the machinery of other skeletons, who bit detectives in the neck and shrieked with delight in police cars for committing no crime but their own wild cooking, pederasty, and intoxication, who howled on their knees in the subway and were dragged off the roof waving genitals and manuscripts, who let themselves be fucked in the ass by saintly motorcyclists and screamed with joy, who blew and were blown by those human seraphim, the sailors, caresses of Atlantic and Caribbean love, who bawled in the morning and the evenings in rose gardens and the grass of public parks and cemeteries, scattering their semen freely to whomever come who may, who hiccuped endlessly trying to giggle but wound up with a sob behind a partition in a Turkish bath when the blonde and naked angel came to pierce them with a sword, who lost their love boys to the three old shrews of fate, the one-eyed shrew of the heterosexual dollar, the one-eyed shrew that winks out of the womb, and the one-eyed shrew that does nothing but sit on her ass and snip the intellectual golden threads of the craftsman's loom, who copulated ecstatic and insatiate with a bottle of beer, a sweetheart, a package of cigarettes, a candle, and fell off the bed, and continued along the floor and down the hall, and ended fainting on the wall with a vision of ultimate cunt and cum eluding the last jism of consciousness, who sweetened the snatches of a million girls trembling in the sunset and were red-eyed in the morning but prepared to sweeten the snatch of the sunrise, flashing buttocks under barns and naked in the lake, who went out roaring through Colorado in myriad stolen night cars, Neil Cassidy, secret hero of these poems, joy to the memory of his innumerable lays of girls in empty lots and diner backyards, Coxman and Adonis of Denver, movie houses, rickety rows, on mountaintops, in caves, or with gaunt waitresses in familiar roadside, lonely petticoat upliftings, and especially secret gas station solipsisms of Johns and hometown alleyways, too, who faded out in vast sordid movies, were shifted in dreams, woke on a sudden Manhattan, and picked themselves up out of basements hung over with heartless Tokay and horrors of Third Avenue iron dreams, and stumbled to unemployment offices, who walked all night with their shoes full of blood on the snowbank docks, waiting for a door in the East River to open to a room full of steam heat and opium, who created great suicidal dramas on the apartment cliff banks of the Hudson under the wartime blue floodlight of the moon, and their heads shall be crowned with laurel in oblivion, who ate the lamb stew of the imagination or digested the crab at the muddy bottom of the rivers of Bowery, who wept at the romance of the streets with their push carts full of onions and bad music, who sat in boxes breathing in darkness under the bridge and rose up to build harpsichords in their lofts, who coughed on the 6th floor of Harlem, crowned with flame under the tubercular sky surrounded by orange crates of theology, who scribbled all night rocking and rolling over lofty incantations which in the yellow morning were stanzas of gibberish, who cooked rotten animals' lung, heart, feet, tail, borscht and tortillas, dream.
Hey, what happened, Alan? What happened? You forget how it goes? I know how that feels. That happens to me all the time. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I guess I don't have all of how. How about that? Well, how about that? I don't even have the whole poem. Well, how about that? Oh my gosh, what am I doing still live? This is crazy. I gotta get out of here. Somebody pull me through. Pull me through the other side. Get me out of here. When you fall down in a hole, you don't care who drops the rope. All you can do is holler and hope someone will. Yeah, take me away. Woo. Bye, guys. I'm flying out of here. I'm out. Love you. See you soon. Woo.